A very good morning and welcome to Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. And yesterday, well, the action was just simply that, super. We saw 6 players pull in some excellent performances and a record being almost broken in the process. Happy to say, joining me to describe all of the action today is the former Premier League champ, 3-time Lakeside champion, Glenn Durham. And look, yesterday morning we gave this the big build-up and boy did it duly deliver.
Yeah, I thoroughly, really enjoyed it. I mean, it was a strange opening for the player of the day, Andreas Harrysson, but after that he just went on to some darts which were just akin to how he's playing at the moment, and obviously the record-breaking 117 average as well for him was a real pleasure to watch.
Yeah, it was an incredible performance, an incredible day for Andreas Harrysson. And the thing is, it was only 117. It could have so easily been in the 120s.
Yeah, last time I was here, I commentated on Andreas, and round about the 3 legs, he was averaging over 120. I think going into that last leg, or maybe 3 darts prior, we were looking at numbers of 125 plus. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, when you just look at that, I mean, you know, even boring doesn't. My eyes go straight to the checkout ratio because he had his trials and tribulations early. He was the biggest 180 scorer of the day, and he just put it all together in the final match for him, and it must give him a boost going into today.
Well, it was the joint 3rd highest average we've ever had here at the Super Series, and this is the list. Now, you may see that one in red there, Darryl Pilgrim against Scutt. That was in a losing effort. Both of those games, actually, the Darryl Pilgrim at the top came in back-to-back matches. Luke Littler's 117.88 came in a final against Andy Barton, and Andreas Harrysson yesterday against Michael Burgoine. Some real solid stuff, some amazing numbers. And actually, I love it when we do things like this. It gives us a chance to reminisce on the likes of Cam Crabtree, Conor Heenahan. That Nathan Gerver one, incidentally, was here earlier on this year and in this series against Lisa Ash. It just shows you how the standard just keeps evolving all the time.
I wonder whatever happened to that Luke Littler. I wonder where he went. But no, joking aside, it was, I mean, I was involved in the commentary of the Darryl Pilgrim, that incredible 1 hour where, you know, he put together that, and then that incredible losing average, the 9 darter. But I thoroughly enjoyed that one from Andreas Harrysson yesterday because he's one of those players, and we talked just before going on air there, that he's just becoming that MODUS Super Series legend now, isn't he? He's evolved since he first come, and producing the goods now. It was a real joy.
Yeah, but not as big a legend as you, Glenn.
Well, there's not many, is there?
Well, that's very true. Right, let's have a look at the table following the first day's play. Andreas Harrysson and Leonard Gates lead the way on 8 points, and we shouldn't discredit what Leonard did yesterday. Came out of the gates, pardon the pun, flyingly well, and then later on in the day had to just graft for a couple of wins.
Yeah, a couple of 98.56 averages, because we had that bizarre scenario yesterday as well of so many players winning by the whitewash 4-0, so we're often getting the same averages, and yeah, he pinged in a 98.56, of which Andreas also did that as well. And then he had that mid-competition lull, didn't he? But picked up at the end, and I think it was missed darts that Max had against him at the end. That could be crucial. I think he goes into 8 points. He looks really fresh again this morning. You've got to take into consideration the travelling that he's done from coming from America to the seniors, etc. He'll still play a big part this week.
Well, let's have a look at what the bookies think today. These are the outrights. Andreas Harrysson goes off 6-4, Gates 9-4. Just quickly, Connor Scutt 7-2. Yeah. Ran into a couple in the first 2 games, but then really did improve as the day went along. Got his just awards. Yeah,
I mean, I question the fact that Andreas was the group favourite going into it yesterday, but of course the bookies are usually right, so it's no surprise to see him there. Of course, Gates, but I think if you're looking at value, I think if there's one player who'll have gone back yesterday slightly disappointed was Connor Scutt. He can go through the card today and tomorrow. Connor Scutt is that good. And I still think there's plenty to play for, because I think we have 4 terrific players. We've got 2 players on debut as well, which they can play the spoiler role. But for me, the value would be with Connor Scutt.
18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, to our first game of the session, and it sees the man who was joint top of the table at the end of yesterday's play, Leonard Gates, in action. He got out the gates with 2 4-0 victories to begin his day. He then lost by that scoreline against Andreas Harrysson in the middle match before then recovering to win his last 2. And having relinquished his Champion of Champions title at the weekend, that's seemingly given him an extra little bit of motivation to go that extra mile here and claim his first Super Series crown. Well, earlier on this morning, I caught up with Leonard to get his take ahead of today's action. Leonard, it felt like you were never really away yesterday. 5 games, 4 wins. You must have been very happy with your efforts.
Yeah. Yesterday was it was a good day, other than getting dumped 4-0. But overall, started off great, finished off great.
What was the key behind that good start in your mind yesterday?
I would have to say just mentally, I was up for the to play and the focus was there. I had a lot of a great focus point there and started off. The darts was flying great and came out with some good wins.
Obviously, it was a bit of disappointment for yourself at the weekend in Blackpool. Was this actually the right tournament at the right time? Because you can get straight back on the hockey and get some more game time and have another competition to play.
Yeah, definitely. No time off. After the disappointment in Blackpool, did come right back to kind of give myself some redemption as far as competing and also pull out some wins.
We've seen you be successful here in the past in the MODUS Super Series. How important is this competition for players like yourself?
I would have to say it's real important because it you see different guys each week, some of the same guys sometimes, but the competition that comes in and performs on this stage is phenomenal. It's a great feeling and also it's a great experience.
And I suppose now, we've seen you play in a couple of finals here before. I bet you would love now to be able to take that one step further.
Oh, yeah. It's like what they say, the third time's a charm. Hopefully this is the third time it's a charm, So, I mean, roots, kudos to myself,
We wish you all the very best, Leonard. Good luck today.
Thank you.
And Gates is in action against Max de Jong in our first game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Port. A very philosophical interview there with Leonard, who, as we mentioned in that interview, lost his Champion of Champions crown at the weekend. But he could lose one title and pick up a new one here this week. Such is the way that the darting calendar rolls in the modern game. So Leonard Gates then in action in our first match against Max de Jong. De Jong, who will have the darts in this opener, ADC European qualifier, 32 years of age, from Leiden in the Netherlands, throwing of a 24-gram dart. Finished second on the ADC European Tour Order of Merit to qualify for this particular event. As for Gates, well, we're becoming all too familiar with his game now. The 53-year-old from Houston, the World Seniors Masters Match Play champion, still reigning in those competitions, and he'll retain those titles later on in the year. But his goal for this week will be to pick up a new one here at the Super Series, Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, I thought it was a really nice interview with Leonard. He just speaks so well, doesn't he? And I think we're seeing a different version of Leonard as well. I was chatting with Mike Warburton, who I'm sharing my accommodation with while I'm down here, and he's engaging with everybody. I think unfairly Leonard's been criticised about his preparation to some of the events because he is a type of guy who likes to put his headphones in and just doing his thing, and I think that's hopefully conducive to Leonard Gates, because I would have given him a 7 out of 10 yesterday, Henry. I think right in the middle, and I think he got away with one against Max yesterday. But at his strength was round about this time yesterday in his opening couple of games.
Well, this was a match which was kind of littered by a little bit of mind games at particular points, where de Jong said that Gates couldn't take out a big finish, and so decided to lay up, and then the next leg hit a 170. 84. It was a real battle, one that Gates won 4-3 in the end, taking out a 116 in the process. De Jong, as I mentioned, with the 170 as well. But it was also a contest which was quite rare for yesterday, played by Miss Doubles. Gates 4 from 11, whilst de Jong 3 from 14 when it came to the outer ring.
Yeah, I thought his finishing yesterday for Max was his strength. He looked very, very nervous at the beginning. 41. Of course he would be. He was on debut. He was playing Andreas Harrysson. And it was a strange old game where, honestly, he was second best throughout, but Andreas couldn't buy a double. And that helped settle Max. He had some good finishes yesterday, 116, 130, and of course reeled that big fish in as well. So I think he'll have gone away really satisfied. And I was chatting with John Locken from the ADC Europe as well, and I think really pleased with the positivity for Max.
Lost that in the World Seniors Champions to Richie Housen, who went on to win the event 10-2. But in that first session before the first mini interval, he did have a dart to win every single one of those legs.
Yeah, I'm going to take nothing away from Richie Housen. It was a lovely story. I think it's a fabulous thing what the World Seniors and the opportunities he's given players, and Richie Housen really typifies exactly that. And I don't think there was anyone disappointed for Richie. So many congratulations, mate.
59. Match require
Goes to Jong first to finish in this first leg, leaving 117. But he's not going to get it out.
Yeah, I wouldn't shake my head too much because 1-3-1's one of those type of finishes where it's a tough finish.
39.
So you're really that shake of the head there from Max, and 78's not where he wanted to leave himself. Well, I said it was a tough finish there, but he's just a width of a wide away from that treble 70, so just double check. He's not one to ask the referee questions. Of course, you can do that.
81. Match requires 78.
So De Jong 78 to take the opening rub of the morning session. Should get a dart at tops. It isn't going to go, and so Gates is going to have 2 darts 50. To break.
Yeah, without stating the obvious, I think for Max, if he's going to get into that top 3, them types of finishes against someone like Leonard Gates, because he doesn't often give you a second chance. You can see the sharp and take a breath there from Leonard Gates. We talk about preparation, don't we, Henry? I mean, Leonard was the last player here today. You know, he just plays with that fluency. He's got an incredible mesmeric throw, which, you know, when all the components are ticked, he's very, very tough to beat.
Is it a surprise in your mind that he hasn't won one of these weeks yet and he hasn't played in the Champions Week here?
No, not really. Like I said, I'm a big believer in the story of Andreas Harrysson, where maybe takes it a couple of times to come to the Super Series to get that, you know, to get that preparation. It's a long old day, incredibly long week if you're in Group A as well. You don't want to be producing your best darts till 59. Saturday night. So no, I'm not surprised. And the quality of the competition this week means that if he is to get through, he'll have done it the hard way. And like I said, the MODUS Super Series is just getting better and better. I've seen 50. The names for next week as well, and it just whets the appetite again.
Well, he said third time is the charm. He's already lost in 2 finals here. Lost out in Series 3 to Owen Bates. He actually had darts to win that match in 2 different legs. And then in the last series, he lost out in the final to Chaz Barstow. So it's another semi-final appearance where he lost out to Justin Hood and Jacob Taylor, who then went on to progress to the final. And of course, in his last appearance here, he hit the fabled 9-dart leg against Martin Thomas.
140.
Yeah, he just makes the game look ridiculously easy when he gets it right. He just approached the board there. And when that first one went on, you can just see him blowing on his fingers there, just getting himself ready. He looks the better player here against Max.
50.
He settled the better.
124.
Again, he's the type of... He won't even be interested in what his opponent's on. I would have expected him to go for the bull if that had gone in.
58.
Yeah, most things went right for Max yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see how he recovers, because clearly he's not happy with his game after these first 2 legs. And which route 66 will it be?
26.
Could it quite get his kicks, and De Jong could kick back in this match. It'd be the breakback if he could find the 167.
Yeah, so many players are starting down on the 167 to...
57. Leonard, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg. Leonard Gates.
Yeah, Gates leads quite comfortably 2-0. His doubles are looking really good. He's seems to be finding his scoring boots as well.
Game on.
Probably the ideal start for Leonard today. I think the narrative of this group has been, you know, 4 of the real top players, real top contenders, and then the 2 players on debut in Max and Michael. I think for Max, he's got those wins under his belt. How will Michael Burgoine respond today? But for Leonard, this is an opportunity to go back to the players area and see his name on the top of the pile.
95.
Such is Leonard's record here. Actually, only once has he failed to make it through to a finals night here. And to be fair, I'm going to give him a bit of credit, because I'm going to give you the list of names in the week that he didn't qualify through. And you can understand maybe why he didn't qualify through. Luke Littler, Andy Bartons, Chris Gilliland, Harry Ward, Jordan Brooks, James Richardson were your 6 finalists.
97.
The other players that missed out were David Cameron, Kieran Tian, Matt Clark, Lee Cox, Gert de Vos.
Yeah, that's some week, isn't it? Yeah, they're getting stronger and stronger. Like I said, the introduction of the ADC players and
99.
from Europe and the North American players. We've had players from Australia as well. It's just getting better and better.
59.
Has got a little bit of space in this leg to pull one back.
And we are on social media, don't forget, at MSS Dart. Give us a follow. Is there any player you would love to see on that stage? What's your thoughts on this
57.
week? Who is going to win, etc., etc.?
And if you're subscribed, you can enter the chat room.
28.
Only took you 14 minutes to mention the chat room.
110 for De Jong. And he's got plenty of time. This has been a real off leg, this, for Leonard. I mean, it's been a little bit of an off match for the pair to start with, it has to be said.
$54.
Yes, we were spoilt yesterday, weren't we? The standard was incredible, but opening game of the day. You'd have to say from absolutely nowhere, the first maximum of the day. Just the third for Leonard Gates so far. Double 18 with the Dutchman.
Game shown the
And
third
that was
leg.
a very
Max de
typical
Jong.
of his day yesterday. Looked so solid on his finishing.
But that was also important because he'd had all
The
the
flag
time
is
that he
Leonard's
wanted,
at
and then the
first.
Gates were slowly
Game
but
on.
surely tiptoeing towards the finishing post. And if he squandered that opportunity, then he could have found himself a double breakdown. And not just that, his head probably would have been in the shed, knowing that
100.
he could have and probably should have won that particular leg.
Yeah, two players that were really good on the outer ring. Leonard Gates once again topped the charts yesterday for his doubling percentages. That's no surprise to me.
30.
My feeling with Leonard Gates is give him a dart or a double, he will often hit it.
140.
I get the sense that De Jong will be
45.
happy with his day yesterday, but at the same time frustrated because, yes, 4 points and the wins that he got were good wins, but he may have felt that it should have been more. In matter of fact, I don't think I've ever seen a player
60.
win as many legs for the points total that he's got. 16 legs for 4 points yesterday, Max de Jong. And the games that he did lose yesterday, 4-3 to Mike Warburton, 4-2 to Connor Scutt. And, of course, this game yesterday went to a last leg
100.
decider. So if he was winning games, he was getting very close to winning games. But it looks like this is a
85.
one-sided contest. Gates seemingly trying to win this game, or has got the opportunity to win this game in his own time.
Yeah, Max is one of those players you don't want to write off because, like I say, at the
60.
back end of the legs,
Leonard require
you always fancy his
160.
chances. But you do look at this man, Leonard Gates, and feel it's in his hands, really. It's his to lose.
Second one's
Game
in, the
shown
third
the
one's in,
fourth leg.
and Gates pins the
Leonard
1-1-6 to move himself a leg away from the victory post.
Yeah, he had a 1-1-6
Vegas
yesterday
Max
as
to
well,
third
alongside a
first.
1-2-4 as
Game
well.
on.
So very solid without being spectacular here is Leonard Gates. And I guess the 2 points, he will be the first player to go to 10 points when he goes back after this match. So lots of positives for the American.
Yeah, that 1-1-6
95.
came in this fixture yesterday. And it is a big psychological factor when you do move on to double digits in the group. You just almost progress yourself through to the next stage of
100.
proceedings, don't you? And I think once you get to 10, you can, particularly on a Tuesday, begin to look at the finishing line and begin to have a look at what's in front of you and feel like you're in with a genuine chance of winning the group.
Well, Leonard Gates' next game is against Michael
83.
Burgoine. He'll fancy his chances there. So like I said, I think the games have felt really good for Leonard. And then when you've got 2 wins out of 2, then he's up against the 3 big hitters.
100.
But the points are already on the board. So good times at the moment for Leonard.
Next contest after this should be absorbing. We're going to watch Michael Warburton, who will
60.
touch upon it more in the next game. Will feel very aggrieved about his position in the group up against Scutt, who just continues to impress us every single time we see him on that live lounge stage. And it may not be too long until them two go toe-to-toe, because it looks like Leonard Gates could well break the back of this game in not too distant time.
Yeah, I totally agree, Henry. I think it's a massive game, actually, because Warburton's only sat in 4 points, and if he loses to Scutt, I think all of a sudden that's a big distance to start thinking about top in Group A. And Scutt, as we mentioned at the top of the show, something's got to happen soon for him. Otherwise, we could see Gates and Harrysson run away with things. So, yeah, that'll be an intriguing match.
How he would love another treble about now. And another treble he finds. Piles the pressure on this 1-3-3. It's not going to go. And so Jong is going to come back for 3-2. And this would force Gates to serve it out in the next.
Yeah, excellent board management there from the American there to lead. Put the pressure on Max de Jong. And the longer it goes, he thought that was in. And the biggest problem right now is getting yourself that balance ready for double 10. Big dart.
30.
And it was probably the walk that may well end it for de Jong. He thought it was in. Gates for the win. Double 10. Doesn't
30.
go. De Jong is reprieved.
Yeah, he doesn't look like missing
10.
doubles, really, Leonard. And then 3 dart in his hand. I went to put my mic down because that expectation was there. De Jong seems to get involved in this type of match. And yesterday he came out of a couple one where he was, as we mentioned, second best throughout. This would be a devastating loss for Gates because that was a breaker throw.
Sickberg gets Leonard to throw first.
However, he has got that insurance policy that he now does have the darts in this leg. If he loses this one, then he will be in Shredsville. But Gates is a man who doesn't think about the worst case scenario. He thinks about where the finishing line is and how quickly he could cross it.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be frightening Andreas Harrysson and Scutt. He had an opportunity here to really lay a marker down today.
60.
It feels like a very laboured game, or where we spoke with 7-minute thrashings yesterday.
Well, put it this way. Leonard Gates beat Scutt in 7 minutes 18 seconds in the first game of yesterday. This opening game of the day for Leonard Gates is double that time already.
60. $59.
Is it me, Henry, or has he changed his flights there during the game?
Yeah, he's dropped one on the floor as well in the process. Obviously, something's not quite settling with Leonard. He's 3-2 up, averaging 82.5, but that's actually an average that should come up a little bit because the first couple of legs in this game, it has to be said, it been quite scrappy. There we can see the change of flight and stem.
40.
Well, it was also straightforward, wasn't it, for Gates? And all of a sudden now Max de Jong, a couple of trebles there, he would have become favourite for the match because remember, he would have the darts in the last leg. He's 100 points clear here. Worrying times here for Leonard Gates.
And as quickly as he had the previous set, he decided to change back to Old Faithfuls. Obviously, the other ones didn't quite fit in nicely enough.
He seems irritated with his patches and he just feels fidgety, doesn't he? He doesn't look settled.
Leonard, you require
That's all, and Max de Jong has left himself a 2-darter.
But this is for it. Double 10 for a spectacular way to win it for Leonard Gates. It's a spectacular end to what was otherwise a little bit of a cagey contest. A change of the flights, a change of equipment. Leonard Gates gets a win, but he knows there's a bigger picture for the rest of the day. He feels there's room for improvement. The average in the end was 84.4. He had a couple of ton plus checkouts in amongst the mix as well. For Max de Jong, 73.94, he knows that he's going to have to go up the levels from there if he's to be successful on day 2. But for Gates, he's the first player on to 10 points in the group. Coming up next, big game this between Connor Scutt and Mike Warburton. This should be a bit of a cracker.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and it's job done for Leonard Gates. Nice 2 points. Solid without being too spectacular, but this is a clash I've been really looking forward to. Mike Warburton very disappointed yesterday. Opened up with 2 wins. Things were looking very rosy, but finished off with 3 losses and went back. And his self-reflection, he was saying he was really, really disappointed and angry with the way the day finished. 39-year-old from Wrexham really loves being here at the MODUS Super Series. We talk an awful lot about, he gets all the fundamentals right. We talk about his throw, but he's up against a player that I have the utmost respect for in Connor Scutt, and I just felt he was value for money today. I think out the 6 players, he'll have been the one really disappointed last night, and he wants to get himself in the mix with Gates and Harrysson. I think this is a really big game, because if Warburton loses this one, Henry, he's sat on 4 points after 6 games. Is he then thinking Group B, Group C?
Well, let's discuss the reasons and factors as to why he'd be upset. Not Owen Binks, a referee. That's because his beloved Colchester United are in peril of being relegated from League 2. But let's talk about the reasons why Connor Scutt might be a little bit disappointed about yesterday's action. Because if you actually break down the numbers, he is the dictionary definition of playing to type. His average for 2023/the beginning of this year is 91.89. His average yesterday was 91.7. His doubling yesterday was 14 out of 47, 30%. numbers that will mix it with anybody in this particular competition.
60.
Yeah, we both felt that there was more in the tank with Connor. I think he'll expect himself, as we're starting to think about the 9 darter there, he's
80.
searching for one on this stage. He's almost promised us one in his own unique way of doing it. But yeah, such a promising career ahead of Connor Scutt. And it'll feel a bit strange coming back to the MODUS Super Series. He played a lot of the events in
140.
Southampton before becoming a professional dart player in an arena and that he absolutely adored. He wanted to be part of the best 128 players. But
96.
he sees this as a route back. Obviously didn't get through Q School this year, and the MODUS Super Series has become a priority again.
And I suppose the mentality is different this time round. Last time we saw Connor, he was a player that was bursting through the scene, not had any prior experience, but now comes in with expectation because of what he's done in the past, because of the things he did in Southampton, because of what he's done on tour. It's
98.
the same competition, but it's a completely different mindset for Connor.
Yeah, the perfect dart there for Warburton. And the perfect setup, surely. Big 15.
130.
He gets there in the end. And it could come down to a little bit of magic between these two. Good scoring, of course. No reaction from missing a big number, so it's only the 1 dart at tops.
16.
And now there'll be steam coming out the ears. Chance for Warburton.
Who's just hung in there. He is as solid can get.
Mike
If you
Warburton.
mess about against a man like him, expecting to pick up the pieces. Warburton was fed crumbs in the first leg,
Game on.
and he mopped them all up. He leads 1-0.
Oh, he's looking at me like David Brent again. I wish he'd stop that. It's scaring me now.
Not as scary as last night, was it?
Well, yes, we took Mike Warburton out for a quiz last night.
96.
One thing we do know about Mike Warburton, he's a very intelligent dart player. Loves his 90s music. He seemed to really enjoy himself, didn't he?
Indeed, he did. You enjoyed yourself last night as well, didn't you? Learned a new dance move.
It's not all about you, Henry. And stop looking at me again.
180.
Super darts from Warby.
Who has taken that first leg and
60.
has ran with it. Threatening the break in the second. And Connor Scutt, who got off to the more promising start of the two, finds himself in a heap of trouble here, has to be said, because Warburton, just look at the steely eyes. He has got
81.
that bit between his teeth today.
I think this will be a really difficult defeat for Connor Scutt if he doesn't
58.
get over the line in this one.
Mike Require 144.
Just sort of around that third place, but it also brings Mike Warburton back into the equation again.
Well, it's conceivable that one of these two players could be playing in Group C on
96.
Thursday and Friday.
Well, of course, we're definitely going to have a big hitter in Group C.
Oh, it's going to be a great Group C this week. Ashley Coleman, Jared Cole, Greg Ritchie joining the
59.
mix.
Mike Require 48.
The long-awaited debut of Ashley Coleman in this particular competition. Double 16 for Mike Warburton. It was a 16 in the first leg.
40.
Oh,
It may have to be a 16 in the second.
Yeah, just had a little look at the scoreboard there, and there's that light relief to see that Connor's way back on 191. This has been one-way traffic,
64.
and maybe not the way I really
Require
anticipated.
8.
I'm a big fan of Scutt. Had a bit of a telling off about going on about this man also yesterday, so...
4.
However, he snatched that first leg,
Mike
didn't he?
Require
And this
127.
this would hurt.
Well, it would have been right on the balance of play, but for all the wrong reasons if it was 1-1. In the way that it would have been 1-1.
41. Mike Require
I know what
4.
you're saying.
Up for Madhouse. One thing
No
that Mike was
score.
so good at yesterday was using a line to
Only require
perfection, but he couldn't do so
86.
there. And so Scutt has got an outside sniff to level this game up. Well, we know he loves the ball, but he can't find it this time.
43.
Yeah, it's been 8 missed
Mike
darts
Require
at a double in this leg for Mike Warburton. Come on, he says to himself. The one good thing about hitting the big one
On
meant
the second
he
leg.
busts the score and go to
Mike
the double
Warburton.
two. He's got the flick of the arm, and I think both of us know if he does win this game, how he's going to celebrate.
Game on.
We were teaching him some dance moves, like, well, Henry Deacon was teaching him some dance. What are you doing?
Just teaching you some dance moves.
55.
I thought you were having one of your moments there, Henry.
No, they happen all the time.
Uncharacteristic, this, of Connor Scutt.
83. $100.
Well, of course, there's all those missed starts at double for Mike Warburton, so you can understand why his average is quite low at the moment. But I'm baffled by this man. Is that the catalyst? Is that the spark that Connor Scutt needed? Because he has not come out the practice room yet.
60.
Well, he lost 4-0 yesterday, Connor Scutt, but he lost it with an 85 average against a Leonard Gates who ran a bit wild. This is a completely different opening game for him. It's almost like he hasn't recovered from those couple of opportunities at the end of leg one where he really dominated proceedings and Warburton picked the pieces up.
Well, to be fair, you could say the same about Warburton right now. He's fell asleep all of a sudden.
64.
This has been a really comfortable leg for Connor Scutt to get him back into the match. And it would be a breaker throw as well, so
59.
better moments here for Scutt.
46.
To quote the great Dave Lanning, yesterday was champagne and stardust. Today has been a little bit more spit and sawdust from the players.
Yeah, I've got to agree. It's been an incredibly disappointing start.
Well, the 167 isn't going to ignite a fuse into the session. Scutt comes back for double 10, scurrying to get his first leg on the board.
Game shot in the third.
It's a 16 darter. It's a break back. And importantly for Connor, the game returns to throw. But it's a game he could be leading, or should be leading at least 2-1, could be leading 3-0.
Yeah, penny for your thoughts, Mike. Well, what I did notice about Connor Scutt was the speed
91.
with the dart he's throwing, how quickly he went to his water table, and how quickly he got to the hockey as well. He's trying to step up the pace. He's deceptively quick as Connor Scutt.
85.
If you could have a group of quickest players in MODUS Super Series history, who would it be?
Well, do you know, one of them is, I played with him for years and didn't realise how quick he was in Graham Usher. He was just, again, just deceptively quick. I watched him on the Super Series. He was winning some legs in 5 minutes.
Winning legs in 5 minutes? That's a bit more your domain, isn't it, Glenn?
At least I did win legs, Norbeen. It's better to be a has-been than a no-been.
Well, Scutt's turned the screw in this game. Warburton, who took a charge from 2-0 up, well, it's now his scoring power that's evaporated, and now it's Scutt's turn to try and get a stranglehold of this contest.
Scott Baker, he was one of the players at Lakeside where I nearly lost the game because of his pace. I was getting embroiled in how quick he was. Richard Stride,
78.
he was legendary quick.
Tops. Don't go. Warburton 116. We've seen it taken out today by Leonard Gates.
The difference will be Warby will start in the treble 20 rather than the 19s. He's been asleep for a leg and a bit.
96.
I had a feeling he thought that was in. Sometimes you're waiting for the referee to shout game shot. That first dart seemed to hide. And Scutt, such a good marker that first dart. Hit double 10 in the previous.
10.
Just not happening.
Mike, you require 20.
And so Warburton for the break for 3-1 and the opportunity to throw for the match up for double 5 in the double 5. And Warburton leads 3-1. It hasn't been vintage, but it'd be a priceless 2 points for the Welshman. He'll move on to 6.
Game on.
He'll move above Connor Scutt in the table.
Yeah, I think what it does mean also, like I say, it's good for Warburton that he comes into the competition. But Andreas
100.
Harrysson will be a big favourite to beat Michael Burgoine next. And then there's that separation then. 4 points very early on this Tuesday. Like I said, Connor Scutt was my
62.
choice for the value because I thought he couldn't play as bad as he did yesterday. That's the ceiling. Is that, remember, he averaged over 90 and still felt there was so much more to come from him. But Warburton's done a bit of a number on him here.
I get the feeling when Andreas Harrysson walks onto that stage, I feel like the tentativeness of the start in this group will soon have to end, because I think he's going to put in a real performance out of the gate today. And I think from there, I think you'll see the standard across the board increase. And you know what it's like to be in those practice rooms, Glenn, that sometimes that one person making that or getting that one inspired performance, one big performance can then have that impact on the rest of the players.
Yeah, don't underestimate what happens to them players now while this game is on. There's so much psychology in this game. You talked about the perfect leg yesterday. Well, it's been a ton start here for Warburton.
139.
And remember, watch out for the celebration.
Will be on the cusp of a 4-1 win. It's not quite happened for Connor Scutt in this game. He's left himself on 104, but Warburton for the match. He's going to get a match dart at double 16.
46.
A match dart that comes and goes.
Yeah, this time was a nervous look to the Connor Scutt score, 104. So many players. It's double top. To get back in this match, it's just not happened for Connor Scutt. Chance for Warburton.
16.
Double 8 to complete the contest. And to complete a comprehensive 4-1 victory. It's a win for Warburton. He gets the better of Connor Scutt. And Mike Warburton may well be turning the tables in Group A. He's getting jiggy with it, is Warby. A 4-1 win against Connor Scutt. I think he enjoyed that. I think that's a bit trendy, isn't it, Glenn, that move? 79.9 average for Mike Warburton in a 4-1 win against Connor Scutt, who will be hoping to improve as the day goes along. We're going to take a short break, and I wonder if Andreas Harrysson will bust out any moves when he takes on Michael Burgoine next. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Mike Warburton's dancing was a little bit better than his darting, but he still managed to get over the line by 4-1 against Connor Scutt. But it's all business time now, as we see the main man in action, Dirty Harry on the oche, Andreas Harrysson, the Super Swede of the Super Series, the man who was top of the pile, registered the third highest average in the history of this competition, 117.88, a joint third highest record average, alongside that of Luke Little, and now a two-time weekly champion. Harrysson, 48-year-old from Malala in Sweden, nicknamed Dirty Harrysson. I think the worrying thing for those on the World Seniors Tour is a couple of years away from qualifying for that. As for Michael Burgoine, 38 years of age from Bedford, made it to the UK Open first round in 2012,
Andreas,
winning a game in front of the main cameras against Tony West in doing so. But Andreas Harrysson, again, just continues to impress us.
Yeah, it was something you said in that game that you were looking forward, and I think maybe we've seen the hors d'oeuvre, and maybe the main course is going to be served by the Super Swede. And for Michael Burgoine, it's probably not the start you want. It was a tough day at the office yesterday, but a win here and everything is totally different. And a nice start from the man from Bedfordshire.
Mentioned that introduction, Andreas Harrysson, if he doesn't get his tour card in the next couple of years, could be eligible for the World Seniors Tour. And I'm telling you now, if he plays at the World Seniors Championship, he has got more than half a chance of winning the thing.
I mean, there's so many options. It's not all about being a professional dart player these days. He's so successful in the Nordic and Baltic Tour. He's MODUS Super Series. He's done some WDF stuff as well. So there's so much going on for Andreas Harrysson right now. We saw him on the Euro Tour recently. So it's good times.
177.
Just a little nod of appreciation there from Michael for that 177. And like I said, all the headlines has been about this man in your picture. But Michael Burgoine might play that role of a bit of a spoiler. And all of a sudden, he looks a different player right now, does Michael Burgoine. 88 left, so options are treble 20 or treble 16.
59.
Leaves himself a nice finish. Job well done here for Burgoine.
But we all know how capable Harrysson is in this kind of range. The bullseye to kickstart over Ton Topper. Just business as usual for Andreas Harrysson.
Yeah, and that was interesting to see the reaction there from Michael, because he did everything right there. And when you're bottom of the table, players seem to do that against you. If Michael Burgoine is sat at the top of the table,
96.
Harrysson doesn't hit the bullseye. That's the psyche. That's how you're feeling. That's why there was the wry smile there.
I'd be shocked if we don't see Andreas Harrysson at a World Championship this year. I think he's got a very good chance of getting himself to the Alexandra Palace via the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour. And if he maybe plays a couple of the Baltic events in the WDF region and qualifies for that, I think he'd be a serious threat to win that competition.
Yeah, confidence is a great commodity to have in darts, and he just seems to be brimming with that right now.
55.
Let's just talk a little bit about Michael Burgoine as well. He's averaging over 111 at the moment and still smashing in that treble 20.
105.
And the key is, isn't it, in this format, not to let day one drag you down. And he's obviously gone away. He's worked on a few bits and looks like he's growing in confidence. Looks like he's growing in belief, and he feels a bit more comfortable on that stage.
Well, it's something you nailed very, very early yesterday, Henry. Max de Jong got away with one in this opening game, and that settled him. If Michael Burgoine got over the winning line in one of the matches, you could see him relaxed, but fair play to him. This has been a wonderful start. And if he can ping this double 10, he's right in the mix in this match.
And remember, Harrisson's only defeat yesterday was in his opening match. That was against Max de Jong. Burgoine levels up here to make it 1-1. 15 darter, averaging just a shade under 104 in these opening exchanges.
Yeah, just the 4 legs he won yesterday, Michael. But look at the numbers he's putting together there. He wants to join the party. Like I said, it was one of the best days yesterday in relation to the quality. And Michael Burgoine has come in today, and so far so good.
49.
Remember, you can get in contact with us via Facebook, via Twitter, via Instagram, and via the YouTube chat room. He's got a lot of love for Michael
59.
Burgoine right now.
$99. $59.
So chance here for Michael. Isn't it good to see? It's just the fact he's finding that first treble each time now.
180.
The first of the match and his second of this Group A campaign. Great to see, Henry.
And he's still averaging in excess of 105 here. And Andreas Harrysson is in a spot of
140.
bother if he can keep playing to these types of levels. He's threatening the break of the Swedes.
59.
Yeah, I was in contact with a couple of people in relation to Michael Burgoine, but I'd love to know something about his Bedfordshire County darts, because that's what, when I think
60.
of Michael Burgoine, I think
Michael
of
Burgoine,
his county
140.
performances. He's so prolific now on the ADC, of course. So if anyone's got any information, if you could send me anything or share something about the story
98.
of Michael.
Andreas Burgoine, 140.
Big advantage here for Burgoine. It's going to take something special from the Swede. Can't be done. And this would be for a break, a throw.
60. Michael, you're
He's himself on a 2 data, but Burgoine to put himself in front with a break. Double 4 now. Chasing down to 2s. And if Harrysson takes this leg, there could be a
Andreas
real
Burgoine,
big
80.
psychological shift in this match.
He just looks so strong and confident with that first dart.
60.
However,
Michael, you require
chance
4.
again. I don't think Burgoine thought he was going to come back after that first dart went in the treble. This was the saviour for Mike Warburton. That's awkward. Come on, he says to himself. Just try to lob it over. He's got to be very aggressive with this double one.
Game shot in the third.
And look at his reaction there. He
Michael
turns the
Burgoine.
relief, because the doubles was a real issue for Michael Burgoine yesterday. Only
Well,
20%
there gets Michael to throw first.
hit rate that he had.
Game on.
But that double one will feel absolutely fantastic. And what a funny start to the day, Henry. Leonard Gates looked quite sloppy, didn't he, despite
81.
victory? The big game that we built up between Warburton and Scutt, well, Scutt just did not come out the traps. And we were waxing lyrical about Andreas Harrysson in Reading. You felt was going to make a real statement.
121.
And the one person we really forgot has been the star of the show so far in this man.
Well, it's been a day that everything that we've come to expect has kind of been a little bit of the opposite.
100.
I think we expected almost a carry-on from what happened yesterday, because the standard was so good across the board. And usually what we see from a good Monday is it tends to follow as a
96.
trend as the week moves along. But there has been some tentative and caginess about the opening 3 games of our day.
61.
But could it just be a case of the players settling into life? Could maybe also a case of each other giving each other too much respect? Almost trying too hard, because the numbers that were
100.
put in yesterday were so good that they expected to have to get out the gates quickly.
Well, Burgoine did all the hard work in the last leg to break the throat of Andreas.
36.
And he's basically just going to give it back to him. Harrysson in full control of this leg. Should go downstairs.
84.
And that leaves the 2 darter. Yeah, just a great camera angle just to see the flight of the dart going in. Wonderful setup here from Burgoine.
136.
He was out of this leg.
Require
He's
100.
also left himself a 2 darter. Harrysson with a ton. Perfect first as usual. And
Game
that is
shot
so
number
solid,
4
so
there.
crisp.
Andreas
Dirty
Harrysson.
Harrysson, the best 3 darts he's thrown the day. There's the respect between the pair of them, and we have parity after 4.
There gets Andreas to throw
You
first.
almost expect them to go
Game on.
from Andreas in those particular positions, in those particular scenarios. There's one issue with Harrysson. It's when that first dart
100.
sits up. It's not a
Yeah.
nice guide. He has to work a way across.
Yeah, he's one of those few players where if he's going to miss, just miss below the treble 20. Whereas Burgoine is that
99.
classic player if he's going to miss just above.
I wouldn't call Harrysson a stacker per se, but he's the type of player that the way the darts go into the board, it can be used that way.
Yeah, and like I said, we get some great
140.
camera angles, but he has got that flat dart, hasn't he? I mean, that's part of the way he holds his dart, that, you know, all part of the beauty of the grip.
137.
Once again, this is great to see. The big average that Michael was on obviously was, but you can see how flat that dart is. So he's not understacking where the flight's underneath the point,
140.
but he uses it very, very well. Whereas Michael, that's the stereotypical throw that if you're going to miss, go above, follow the first one.
130.
Another brilliant camera angle just to see the difference between two players.
Well, this would be for Andreas Harrisson's third ton plus checkout in 3 matches. He's already taken out the 1-2-1, and he almost did it again.
96.
And having
That'll be
already come close to breaking
135.
records yesterday, could have equalled the Usher record if he pinned that.
A surprising start in the 135 because I automatically was
59.
looking at the bullseye area
Andreas, you require 25.
to take control of this match.
Game
Andreas
shot on the
Harrysson,
fifth
solid as a rock again.
Andreas
A
Harrysson.
little fist pump to boot as well for Andreas. He's a leg away.
Well, he's turned the screw with 2 14
Sigurd
dart
Michael
legs
to
as
reverse.
Andreas Harrysson. It was a slow start, but he really is building up ahead of steam. The average now moves into the 90s. Burgoine has kept his average in the 90s. He's thrown everything at Andreas. This has probably been his best performance of the week so far, but this is a man that just has uber consistency.
121.
Taxi for Deacon. Yeah, Michael Burgoyne's next game, Leonard
100.
Gates. We're talking an awful lot once again about the way the games fall. Burgoyne has been by far his best performance, but
30.
he could be pointless again after this one because the Swede is beginning to take control. However, 50 points ahead here for Michael, and in the treble 20 bet again.
99.
It's his to lose from here. Maximum needed for the Swede.
And it could have been so easy for Burgoyne when Harrysson reeled off the back-to-back 14 dart legs for his head to have dropped, and then Harrysson to almost coast towards the
60.
finishing line. But Burger Boy has dug in, and 6 darts from 202, and he'd think that a last leg decider is just desserts for the way that he's played in this match.
81.
Yeah, real positive signs for Michael, and like I say, if he's got good people in his corner, you know, we've seen it a million times. You can reel off the stats how people can have a disappointing group A and still be there Saturday night.
121.
121 for Burgoyne, 17. We left the bullseye. I don't think Harrisson's going to go for 3 of them here,
57.
but it would be
Require
for 3
150.
ton-topping finishes to round off a 4-2 win. It's not going to happen this time. Probably should have gone for the 3 balls. Burgoyne 64 to take us all the way to a deciding leg. We didn't see many of them
134.
yesterday.
Michael, you
Had a
require
couple towards the end of the
64.
session, but a lot of the games are won quite quickly. But this one may be going the distance.
48.
But it's a missed start of the double, and you can
Andreas
see the
requires
reaction.
16.
It hasn't been the best of Andreas Harrysson. What is it, another 2 points? Yes, it is. The Super Swede continues his strive for
Andreas
success. He moves on
Harrysson.
to 10 points to join Leonard Gates. He'll want to be better as he moves on, but always magnanimous. There's a lot of sportsmanship between the players there. And Dirty Harrysson does get to 10 points with those big 2 points. The tail of the tape, just shy of a 90 average, very solid. That beautiful 1-2-1 finish. A great performance, solid performance of Harrysson. And Michael Burgoyne still searching for his first 2 points. Connor Scutt's up next. He plays Max de Jong.
Round 1 has been and gone here at the MODUS Super Series. And what an intriguing first round we've seen. Leonard Gates, a 4-2 winner against Max de Jong. Mike Warburton, a 4-1 winner against Connor Scutt. And before the break, Andreas Harrysson getting his first win of the day to get the better of Michael Burgoine by 4-2. And these two, well, they will feel pretty disappointed with their opening salvos. Max de Jong and Connor Scutt, both players underperforming for the kind of levels that we kind of expect from them. Connor Scutt, 10 points below his daily average for yesterday. Max de Jong in and around 10 points below his daily average for yesterday. So the big question is, Glenn, who can recover the quickest from their early disappointment?
I mean, I think time's running out for Connor Scutt, because I think that he wanted to win this Group A. That he talked in an interview with you yesterday how he gets the opportunity to go home on a Wednesday if, you know, he's topped the group here. So, like, finishing second, third or fourth, and time's running out for Connor Scutt. It's, I'm looking at the in-play table. He's not even in the top 3. So something's got to happen for Connor, and it has to start right now. He's got to win the remaining 4 games. I did fancy his chances that if anyone's going to go through the card today, it would be Connor. But they're not the best version of him at the moment.
95.
Yeah, Max has changed his flights following the first game to the second.
60.
Maybe just feeling that something was necessary, and a change was necessary just to change his fortune somewhat. And the other thing is, it should be stated that he's now on a 4-match losing streak because he won his first 2, lost his last 3 yesterday, lost his first game today against Leonard Gates. And Scutt has made some inroads in this first leg, but still fairly much in the offing. If de Jong can pile in something makeable here, a couple of trebles would be a great position for him to be in.
96.
Yeah, his best mate in darts, he said he's been speaking to in relation to his experience at the MODUS Super Series, Christian de Boer.
Yeah, played at the Super Series in the
167.
previous series. De Jong 167 to take out the opening leg against the throw. Doesn't go this time, and so Scutt's going to come back for 107. And you just sense that Scutt just needs something to go for him. Maybe even just something like a ton plus finish just to get himself going for the day.
It's double 14.
79.
And if you ever wonder the psyche of Connor Scutt, he's one of those players that you say always practicing it in the practice room, is never off the board. He's constantly practicing his way to try and find the form that he wants. A lot of players would sit down.
Game shot on the first.
That double 14 goes in from Connor Scutt. 19 darter. But yeah, never off the board, Henry.
Well, we can actually have clarified the fact that he's never off the board, because he actually now runs a TikTok account, does Connor Scutt, and he videos live some of his practice sessions on TikTok. You know, it's all that cool, trendy, hip thing, Glenn.
Stop looking at me.
100.
I take it you've never done...
I don't know. Look, I don't know TikTok, but I have seen Stephen Bunting's attempts on there where he puts his head on someone's body and dances. I mean, if that's the modding way of fun.
Are we allowed to say that on TV at 10:30 in the morning?
Well...
43.
Yeah, Connor Scutt live streams his practice sessions on there for a couple of hours at a time. He gets involved. I think he also does interactive stuff with his viewers on that particular channel. He's not the only player to do it. It's becoming a little bit of a trend amongst the new younger generation.
$174.
To be fair, Glenn thinks TikTok is what happens on a clock.
And I thought hip hop was an operation. Yeah, tough times here for Max. You can just see the frustration. It was all smiles at the beginning of this game. I don't know if they were sharing a joke on there, and I thought he's just trying to find that relaxation in himself. But as Henry alluded to, he's on this losing streak at the moment. Things were going so well for Max yesterday. This is when you find out more about yourself. Like I said, it's an incredibly tough week here at the MODUS Super Series. One of the strongest Group A's that we've had, and Max should be seeing the positives rather than sagging those shoulders down and shaking his head.
89.
This for the breaking of two. It's actually the second consecutive leg that Scutt's left 107 after 12. And once again, it's a done at double 14, 93. And this time it's inside as opposed to outside.
Yeah, the Mensa Sulovic double 14 is quite a flavour of the month again, isn't it? It's a strategy many dart players use. Treble 18 here for De Jong.
If I'll be perfectly honest, Claire, I'm not going to question the tactics of a man who begins a double start tournament by going double 17 of his first dart. The question is, does the split work out for Scutt?
10.
That's 1 from 6 now on the outer ring.
Yeah, he's a real student of the game, Connor. He's always asking questions. He's always striving for excellence as well. But it's really important to keep your instinct as well and just keep the game as simple as you can. Well, that was a strange one in 85, is it? Well, it's got to in the end, so what do I know? But I think he was going treble 17, double 17 there, Henry. Go figure.
The face of Connor Scutt there just sums up how this group is going for him. He creates opportunities.
93.
But then when he feels like the door is going to open, it is jammed back shut. De Jong with the bullseye, pegging him back level.
45.
Yeah, another fantastic angle there, because a lot of people might question why he was sticking on the treble 20, but because those darts that Max throws is so flat, you can still see that desired target and just sit on top of those first two darts. That's the ideal treble. You'd expect more. He expects more.
Cue a ton.
140.
Cutting edge commentary here from Henry Deacon.
Should I stick to the dancing?
84.
Why don't you get yourself on the TikTok?
On the TikTok.
Is it not the TikTok?
It's not the TikTok.
On TikTok.
That's the one. I believe I've got some quick-fire questions that are going to be released on there soon. Well, they're not really quick-fire, but they're questions. Scutt 151 for 2-1 lead, and to finally try and take some control of this match. It's a game that he should be leading 2-0. Let's make no mistake about that. But it's a game he could be behind in if De Jong can take out the 120.
120.
Like I said, he's had big finishes already. This has been the area of the game where he won't be disappointed with himself, but needs to find the treble. What a dart. Tops. Well, it was a bullseye finish in the second dart. A sublime Shanghai there from Max de Jong. He just wishes all these games could start at 2-0-1, because at the back end of the legs, Max de Jong is shining brightly.
Game on.
Well, there was almost a look of resignation in the face of Connor Scutt before that dart at tops was pinned, almost an expectation of his fate. And de Jong is one of those players that really digs in, and he has really ground out the task here and is getting the rewards of that.
55.
For Scutt, he must be thinking, what on earth, how on earth? But ultimately speaking, as you said, I suppose it's a bit like being in a horse race or motor race. It's all right, you can be the quickest car over the first 3 quarters of a race on a track, but if you don't cross the finishing line before the other guy, then it counts for nothing.
Yeah, I just feel that on the point of release, yeah, you can see. So if you watch the dart I'm about to sort of show, I'll start with Connor Scutt. So on the point of release of the dart,
40.
there's absolutely no effort. So as he's about to release the dart, everything, and look at the effortless way he finishes with that follow through with the hand. The finger ends right, so
83.
absolutely zero effort. But if you watch with Max de Jong here, everything seems an effort on the point of release.
Let's have a look side on then with Connor and just explain in a bit more detail.
Well, he's got a unique way of starting that pre-throw routine. You can see the dart holding at the bottom. And like many players, when the routine is absolutely perfect, that what we call the pre-throw routine, he doesn't look like missing. But the shoulders look really tight there. And like I said, you can see the head going back on point and release because he's forcing the dart.
23.
Where you want to see a sort of more smoother release. Everything seems an effort. Whereas just zero effort whatsoever. It's all rhythm. Because I believe timing supersedes the power.
21.
Well, Scutt there, your eyes didn't deceive you. Did go bull for the 150. And has made a little bit of a mess of it, has to be said. He's only left 129 after this. And De Jong will think if he can cram in a couple of trebles here, you can just tap the Scutt shoulder again. And he knows that there's been a little bit of a movement when he's been able to quake on Scutt's shoulders. He will go for the ball if he hit the treble there.
64.
Yeah, he looks very frustrated, just Connor right now. And I think the belief's coming into Max de Jong's game. That was a little rushed, that dart.
57. Connie requires 65.
He's being allowed to grow in confidence, though, as well, at the same time. Scutt to tie this game up at 2-2.
45.
It's another dart that goes to beg.
Match
It's now
require
1 from 7 on the outer ring for
126.
Connor. This would hurt.
Yeah, he'll start in the 19s. And the way his dart lies, that won't be too much of a problem. Can he just sit on top of it? Yeah, just hits the wire. 88 left.
58. Connie required 20.
This has to go the way de Jong's finishing.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And once
Connor
again, after
Scutt.
4 legs, we're tied at 2-2.
Desmond here at the live
Fifth
lounge.
leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
Wonder whether that'll be the score at Wembley later on tonight.
134.
Great sporting week here in the United Kingdom and around the world. Easter weekend, which means a bumper weekend of football and a bumper weekend of darts on top of course, the action here at the Super Series. We have the Euro
95.
Tour in Munich, which gives me one of my very favourite highlights of the year. Because in that particular Euro Tour, the referees are forced to wear lederhosens.
29.
Chris Mason's working that Euro Tour. I wonder whether they'll force him into one of them. I think there's a 2-word answer to that. Absolutely not.
95.
So it was a good weekend for your
60.
Middlesbrough, wasn't it, at the weekend? Didn't lose, did you? Mind you didn't play at the same time, but...
$60.
Will you stop staring at me, David Brent? Stare at these fantastic darts here from Connor Scutt.
140.
I think one thing I do like about Connor right now, inside he's maybe hurting's a bit, maybe the wrong word, frustrated. You know, things aren't going well for him, but he's not being petulant.
190.
He's not throwing his arms about.
138.
You know, Connor's never often the best of losers. But I've been really impressed with his maturity in this game, because inside he's raging right now.
69. Max record 132.
You always get to a point where what more can go wrong? Well, De Jong, the 132, and he's been given these scares all week long, but he's not going to take this one out. But you get the
98.
sense that this is going to have to go for Scutt.
69.
Otherwise, De Jong can get the break and then throw for the match in the next. It's only going to be the solitary dart at tops.
49.
And that's now 2 from 9.
Max
2 from
required
10, shall I say.
34.
Yeah, interesting. And I was looking at that finish because is it the lesser spot of double 17? Well, he did try to leave that in the last leg on an 85 finish. And we've been
Game shot on
talking
the
about
fifth
double
leg.
14 so much.
Max de Jong.
And when things aren't going your way, people just go double-double. Like I said, Connor Scutt's not
Sixth leg,
shaking
it's
his
Max
head.
to throw
He's,
first.
like I said, just the way he's flicked that dart there, he's not going to plan, Henry.
And that's mainly because the table separation it will cause is this. Harrysson would be on 10, Gates would be on 10. Then you've got De Jong 6, Warburton 6, Scutt 6. And so the top 2,
45.
particularly when you add in the fact Harrysson can take on Warburton, there is a potential that if Gates can beat Burgoine next and Harrysson can beat Warburton, that there is a 6-point gap between the
39.
top 2 and then the players underneath. And at that point, you're even at this stage saying it is a 2-horse race to the finishing line. The rest of you just fight amongst yourselves for third.
Yeah, he loves a scrap, doesn't he? Does Max? He's not the
85.
first time he's been involved in a game like this where you sense he's been second best. But now he's only a leg away from victory here. 100 points clear here.
96.
So one big score. 2 trebles here from De Jong. And he's a massive favourite. I used to jump the hurdle here. When I was dropping really low like this, I used to create a second treble just above that treble 20 there and say to myself, if I miss the first treble, I'm going to
41.
go above. And it's just to stop the thought process of he's beating himself up every time he goes low. So if you're going to miss big.
74.
Super darts from Scutt.
And he's the type of player that any moment can then switch it on for 5 minutes, bang in a 14 and a 12, and then the game's done.
85.
But we've been saying that about Connor Scutt since yesterday morning. Just we're waiting for the sparks to fly from Connor.
58.
He'd love a Max. Would Max?
Max,
140. Connie back 134.
134 for Scutt for the last leg decider. Haven't had one today, although they have been threatened. De Jong 105 to take the match out.
105.
Well, to cement his third place in this tough group for Max De Jong. He's going to get a dart for the match, and look at the reaction there from Connor Scutt. I can't believe he's thrown this one away. Double 14. What a finish there from Max De Jong. He was second best for a large period of that game, and that is one frustrated Connor Scutt leaving the stage there. That could be the end of his chances to top the group. And he's just in conversation there with the referees, Max De Jong. But once again, the highlight of that match was that just his finishing, just at the end of situation. 4 from 5 on the outer ring. A beautiful Shanghai, a lovely double 14 to finish. Max De Jong will want to work on his scoring power, but the doubling has been great. Tough day so far for Connor Scutt. Next up, it's Leonard Gates against Michael Burgoine.
Hi, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Max de Jong got the better of Colin Scutt by 4 legs to 2. Not a vintage performance from the pair, but de Jong got over the line. 2 ton-plus finishes, and the key was in the finishing department. De Jong 4 from 5, Scutt 2 from 10, 2 defeats from 2. And if Leonard Gates wins this one, well, there's going to be a big gap between the top of the table and the chasing pack. Him and Harrysson could really stretch away with this group over the next couple of games. But Michael Burgoine, there was real signs of improvement in that first game in comparison to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the way I read that also. I mean, Michael Burgoine had a real chance in that 4th leg as well to really give himself the opportunity for victory. But the problem when you've lost 6 games on the spin, it just seems harder and harder to win a game. And, you know, then all of a sudden you're up against Leonard Gates, who's top of the table, joint with Andreas Harrysson. Once again, this time can be the first player at 12 points. But what a strange day compared to yesterday. I mean, we left the comms box and we were like, what a fantastic day. Every time we looked at the averages after a couple of legs, one of the players is averaging over 105 to 110. I mean, today's just been very average.
Well, we haven't had an average above the 90 mark yet. Actually, in matter of fact, the highest average of the day is Andreas Harrysson of 89.87. Burgoine averaged 89 in that game, and that is by far above anything else that we've seen so far on this Tuesday morning.
Yeah, Burgoine was excellent in that game, wasn't he? He was averaging well over 100 till the end of that match where he had missed-started doubles.
123. $100.
Well, I wonder what Michael's done overnight because, like I said, despite defeat in that first game, he looked a different type of player.
105.
I think a lot could be said about the fact that sometimes you can step into the unknown and you don't know how to react. He now knows what he's walking into today, and I think sometimes that could be a massive benefit and a help to players. And it certainly seemed to be the case for Burgoine, but Gates 78 to take out this opening leg. He has started days this week tremendously.
38. Michael, you
hear the roar from the comms box of come on, but a chance here for the Bedfordshire man. 6.
Game shot on the first
solid.
leg.
Really
Burgoine.
solid. I'm really pleased for Michael. Like I say, it can be really tough. I know what it's like to be on that stage where the defeats are coming and you just want the experience to end, if anything. He's been the most improved player overnight, that's for sure.
83.
And that'll impress the Burger Army.
100.
Even Clyde's in a better mood today. He's back in the chat. He's actually putting the volume up now, so thanks for that, Clyde. I thought I'd blocked you.
Yes, morning chat room fam.
Fam?
Yeah, bro.
125. $98.
Hope everyone's enjoying watching the action with their Spider-Man pyjamas on today.
100.
We enjoy this game and enjoy Michael Burgoine potentially opening up a 2-0 lead here.
96.
Yeah, beautiful last start there from Mike, and you can just see him look at the score of Leonard Gates. He can't finish, so he'll be working out his finish in 90 right about now. And the fact that Leonard Gates will be on a finish.
60.
Will it be a bullseye for a last start here for Burgoine? He'll start the 20s bed. He should go nice and safe, even forget the treble. Yeah, just go nice and safe because it's such an awkward first start, that first one.
50.
But sets it up nicely, but Leonard Gates does like a 116.
When he went down for the 19s last time, he's really taking it out today. Could take it out again. Just it's below. He's had a double to win each of the opening 2 legs so far as Leonard Gates, but Burgoine back for tops for a 2-0 lead.
Second leg.
Well, he has worked so hard overnight. In fact, it's 30 darts to get him to what could be the halfway point of this match. And the hard work that he's put in, he is beginning to get the real rewards for that. And this also has a threefold effect. It gives him his first win. It keeps Gates on 10, which A, opens up the door for Andreas Harrysson to take a real grasp of the group, because he's actually next against Mike Warburton and then plays Leonard Gates next. And B, it gives a little bit of hope to those behind
100.
that they can suck Gates back into the pack.
$45.
Here's a question for you, Glenn. From Jack R6. Out of all of the current players, whose throw
85.
would you like more than any others?
The most simple one is Mike Warburton. I just think everything is so correct about it. He's an aimer.
66.
He brings the dart back. He's got this beautiful backswing and then throws through the line that he comes through on that backswing and has a lovely, elegant follow-through. I'm surprised he hasn't won more than he has.
97.
And on the professional circuit, I'm a huge fan of Damon Hetter's throw right now. He's really sped up that second and third dart.
59.
He's been working on, because he was quite slow, quite methodical. And the first dart is relatively slow, but the second and third are all nice and smooth. But I tell you what,
39.
a really nice throw right now is Michael Burgoine. He has been absolutely superb today. Could have, should have won his opening game. A tough one against Andreas Harrysson.
95.
But he's gone back with a little bit of belief. Mustn't miss the 20 with the first dart. Be nice and safe with the second. And execute the third.
40.
Not quite to be.
96.
Gates to keep himself in the contest, you feel. He's going to get 2 in hand, a double 18.
Gates
Pins
on
it
the
first
third.
dart. Gates back in the
Leonard
contest.
Gates.
2-1 it is. Burgoyne, though, still has that advantage of throw and has the darts here
Well,
to
it's
open up a
Michael to
3-1
throw
lead.
first.
Yeah, his mind will be that's a big chance for a 3-0 lead. I mean, without the fear of stating the obvious, that 3-0 lead compared to 2-1.
134.
But again, he brushes that aside. 2 treble visit. He's been really dominant in the East of England ADC competitions as Michael Burgoyne.
180.
There's a real ceiling of averages. I've been having a good look at his ADC stuff. And what a match.
57.
This was what we asked for in the first game. We've been pretty disappointed in the comms box of the first 4 games. This is by far the highlight of today so far.
97.
As Rihanna famously said, "Baby, this is what we came for."
We who?
Never heard of
190.
that song? I suppose we should have had it on the quiz yesterday, shouldn't we? 2010s.
Well, it would have been nice for it to get 1 right.
97.
What was your crowning moment last night? What was your best one?
Ooh. There wasn't many, was there?
77. Leonard, you require 127.
127 for Gates for 2-2.
Well, it certainly wasn't going to the bar. Everyone got around him apart from Henry, but he does do the driving, so bullseye.
Game shot in the 4th leg.
1-2-7 a
Leonard
game.
Gates.
And he's he this week, is Paul Hinks, isn't he?
Indeed he is, but it was called by the
The
Binks.
player gets Leonard to throw first.
Why do you get
Game
so
on.
excited when you talk about Owen Binks?
43.
There he is, Owen Binks. Who's not quite as excited.
Well, one player will
84.
be excited is Michael Burgoyne right now. Like I said, he's 2-2 in this game. Could very easily be had that dart to go 3-0 up, remember.
63.
And you just see the belief coming through. Big moment here for Michael. Like I said, he needs to break Leonard again if he's going to win this match.
45.
Worrying signs for the first game for Burgoyne. Will Gates jump all over that?
He is the type of player that will pounce on
65.
opportunities. I mean, his numbers yesterday, Gates, when you put it in comparison, feel meagre, but are actually really good. Daily average of
44.
90.16, 39%, the best finishing stats of anybody yesterday. 16 hits from 41 attempts. He was slow to get out the gates, but really is now
180.
building up a head of steam. Max to leave 150. couldn't do it with 3 balls, could he?
78.
Could he?
Well, as a
Leonard,
soft hit player,
150.
if anyone could do it, it would be Leonard. And for a second there, when I saw the trajectory of the dart, I thought he was.
37.
But just a bit scrappy. Michael Burgoine never at all in this leg. But 2 trebles here. And who knows, needs a treble to get to a finish.
100. Leonard, you require 113.
113 to establish a lead at 3-2. Not to be this time. And now Burgoine has a
93.
poke at the 150. But this under sizable pressure of Gates on double 10. Which the American is going to get a go at. To move himself a leg away. And it may feel like the second game in a row where Burgoine has played some excellent stuff, but
94. Leonard, you require
has had to
20.
run into something far more superior.
Yeah, so strong normally on his doubles. But this is a bit nasty, the double 5. Big moments in this match.
15.
And all of a sudden, Michael Burgoine, he was
Michael,
way
you
back
require
on 250.
56.
Scores of 100 and a good setup play to give 2 darts at tops. Break a throw. Break of momentum. Big dart this time for Burgoine.
36.
Just not up for the challenge.
Leonard, you require 5.
That was his chance, you feel. He would have broken, he would have thrown for the match. And by contrast, the game could swing
Game
to the
shot
other
of fifth
degree.
leg.
And now it's in the
Leonard
hands of the
Gates.
soldier, Leonard Gates, who leads 3-2. And now Burgoine, who would have felt that he should have been throwing to
Sinclair
win
gets
the
Michael
match,
to
is now
throw
throwing to
first.
save it.
Game on. $140.
He just keeps eating away, doesn't he, the Burger Boy?
He's averaging more than Leonard in this game. Still over the 90
97.
average.
$100.
40-ton star for Burgoine. It's been a real joy to watch today. But sometimes when you're not getting winning results, that's when the psychology, the
100.
doubt comes in. But he's looking good for 3-3. Should go downstairs after those 2 blockers. Does leaves the
91.
big fish.
So 174 Burgoine to take us all the way.
137.
Is it a
Michael,
big
you require
fish?
170.
Or is it a burger?
A fillet of fish.
May stay there.
80. Leonard, you require 167.
But this to win it in spectacular style. The 167 isn't going to go, and so Burgoine comes back for 90 to square us up
45.
and take us all the
Michael,
way
you require
to a
90.
deciding leg. Should be at least a dart of the bull here.
Well, he hit the big 5 at this point previously. No problem this time for 3-3.
65.
And the
Leonard
bullseye
Gates
could well be where
122.
Leonard Gates ends up at the back of this. 1-2-2 for the match. It will move him on to 12 points in the group. Now that still leads him an out. 110 left, treble 20 bull.
Just a reminder, you can't speak, but
Bull.
this is just typical Leonard Gates.
I think that would have been one of the best 1-2-2 outs I've ever seen.
25.
This is for 3-3. Oh
no
my.
Score.
Goodness gracious me.
Leonard, you require 46.
Yeah, going for the big one there. Busting the score. Well, it's all happening right now, isn't it? Double 16 this time for Gates.
30.
What a mess to the end of this game.
Having maybe further away
Michael,
from
you
finding out
require
how it concludes
25.
because Burgoine could take us to a deciding leg.
Is it the same strategy? Is it the same route? It is. However, this time it's double 12. Well, he
Game
gets there in
shot
the
the
end.
sixth flag. Michael
Much to the
Burgoine.
relief. He had that real moment there where he busted Scutt with that double 12. And we've got our first 4-3 of the day.
There gets Leonard to throw
However,
first.
the
Game
American will
on.
still be a big favourite based on the fact he has the dart here. And this is, we said yesterday, he gets involved in games and then just seems to find it when he most
180.
needs to. And that'll be like a dagger to the heart of Michael Burgoine. They've been looking forward to this last leg. Then you hear the 180.
99.
Decent response.
Timing from Gates. His third max of the match couldn't have come at a better time. He's forced it upon Burgoine, but he has to back it up with this visit. He comes up
45.
dry, and so once again the door is just open ajar if Burgoine can find a couple of trebles here.
Well, he's found one.
100.
Just hanging in there is Michael Burgoine right now. A real feast of famine leg so far for Leonard Gates. The ton 80 start, 45.
81.
But that last dart, how crucial will that be?
Could be the dart that makes the major difference in a few moments' time, because
93.
Leonard Gates is going to get 6 for the match from 195 to complete a 4-3 victory in a game which is swung back and forth.
He's hanging in there as Burgoine.
95.
Like I said, it's in the hands of Leonard Gates right now. He leaves a 2-darter. But Burgoine is pinging a treble a visit.
55.
However, not the treble that he
Leonard, you
desired
record
in this
100.
occasion. Advantage Leonard.
And if he pins this, he'd have had 2 ton plus checkouts in 2 consecutive matches. Tops for Gates for a
Game,
fantastic
shot on the
win
mats.
in a last leg decider by
Leonard
4 legs to 3. It was sometimes spectacular, it was sometimes sublime, it was also sometimes quite comedically calamitous. Gates then a 4-3 victor with a 19.29 average, 3 maximum, 2 ton plus checkout. Glenn's head's in his hands. We're going to a break. We're going to watch Mike Warburton and Andreas Harrysson after this. Oh, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw some gold from Gates. A 4-3 victory against the improving Michael Burgoine. An average for Gates of 90.29. 3 maxims in there. 2 ton plus checkouts. As a matter of fact, we've seen 8 ton plus checkouts so far in the first 5 games. And 4 of them have come from Leonard Gates. 2 of them have also come from Andreas Harrysson. He hit a couple of them en route to a 4-2 victory against Michael Burgoine in his opener. It was a performance which at times was quite good. At times he would have felt the consistency lacked and waned. Whereas for Warburton, he got the better of Connor Scutt in an affair that I think both players would have liked to have forgotten in the end. He missed 12 darts at a double, but ran out a 4-1 victor against the sniper. He'll know that he's going to have to improve against Andreas Harrysson, who even his bad games just are so rock solid.
Yeah, absolutely agree. He's getting to that stage now where he's learning to win ugly as well.
81.
He knows he's got that 117 average within, but also he's winning scrappy matches as well. But I did like the version of Mike Warburton in his game. Pretty dominant display against Connor Scutt.
100.
I just sense, I don't know about you, Henry, but a win here for Andreas Harrysson. It's beginning to look like a 2-horse race.
I don't think should. I think it'll be a case of will. 6 points. I just think when you consider the consistency of the pair, and in particular Andreas, I just can't see how anybody's going to catch up. The only way I can see it happening is by a collapse, and I just cannot see Andreas Harrysson doing so. But this is what he does in terms of Group A campaigns. He does the business on Monday. He'll win 4 out of 5. And then Tuesday, it means that the rest of the pack have got to do something good to keep him at bay. But he gets better as the week goes along. And usually by about Wednesday in a Group A, he finds himself sat around about 4 points clear at the top of the group. And by that point, it's a very hard margin to cut into because of the consistency that he has.
Well, it'd be a calamity, comical,
140.
whatever, wouldn't it, if he was to throw that away?
Well, 5-2 for Warburton isn't going to go. And so Andreas Harrysson kick-started his last game against Michael Burgoine for 1-2-1 out. Is he going to kick-start this one with a ton-topper here? 101 is what he's looking for. Thought it would be a de facto red pen leg. Was looking for treble 15 to leave double 18. He's going to square it up for that double if he returns, if Warburton cannot take out the 94.
Yeah, very aggressive on the treble 18 route. There's a double-double, 76 left. Yeah, just a little bit scrappy.
54.
That bullseye, go first start on the 94 seems to be a thing of the past. Harrysson looking really solid right now. A double that he likes.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that continues.
Andreas
A little
Harrysson.
tiny fist pump is about the most emotion you're going to get from the Swede. But boy, isn't he looking good right now?
To throw first. Game on.
There's no Andreas fault.
$100.
Surprised you haven't mentioned the chat room today.
Oh, hi, chat room fam.
100.
What have we got?
And what we've got is Andreas Harrysson looking really solid right now.
180.
Incredibly good. A real potential winner of this week. And I do feel the winner of the week from this fantastic week 5 does become a major player at the Champions Week.
55.
Well, very good morning to you, Patrick Poppington, wherever you're tuning in from. Calamitous comical ending from Henry there.
171.
Well, Harrysson, well, he could be on for a 10. Will he go straight for the bullseye? We don't know. But this is excellent stuff. Once again, he's averaging just a shade under 110. Does he go for the bull? Warby's not on a finish. He did go straight for the bull for the 10. Double 8.
34.
Well, I'm surprised. And if Mike Warburton wants to wake up a little bit now, someone doing that against him could be just what he needed.
180.
So in other words, don't go for a bullseye against Warby because You'll just make him angry.
Game's on the second leg.
Not that Harrysson cares. He
Andreas
leads 2-0.
Why make somebody angry when you just hit 13 darters off a lampshade?
Feel like it's Mike to
100.2
throw
the average for Harrysson. 2-0 to the goods.
Yeah, guys, so a couple of questions in the chat room. I think we've had one or two about people's throws.
140.
Your thoughts of the week. Let us know. I'll answer anything.
In Chris Mason style.
81.
In your Spider-Man pyjamas.
Whoa!
Well, Warburton here looking to apply in kind of maybe.
Well,
Andreas has woken up the beast.
Look at the scores there. Since he went for the bullseye, he's gone ton 180, 140, 180.
100.
Ever since that moment, Dirty Harrysson might well have looked up and said, "What are you doing against me?" May use the bull with the last downstairs.
59.
Well, we were awaiting for this session to awaken, and awaken it has from its slumber.
140. Might give a
Warburton 1-2-2 to bring it back to 2-1. You won't like Warby when he's angry. 7 for a 12 darter. This is incredible from Warburton. He's got the bit between his teeth. A 1-2-2 to bring it back to 2-1 with a 12 darter. This game has become much more of a contest now.
Yeah, plenty of chat going on. Anything interesting?
Well, there's one for you, Glenn.
97.
Hey, Glenn, when will you next be playing in the Super Series on Kieran Ballard?
From Henry Deacon. I'm not so sure I'll be going on that stage again. That's for sure. I keep getting flashbacks that I'm playing Michael Van Gerwen in Alloa in a couple of weeks' time, so I better get the darts out and start practicing.
97.
James says, Andreas should qualify for ET4 as the Nordic and Baltic qualifier.
Yeah, good info. Like I say, it was an absolute credit
97.
to that circuit, wasn't it, the European Tour? Like a new audience for Andreas as well. Like you said, we've got our fantastic support of people who watch the MODUS Super Series so much.
95.
But when you got the Euro Tour, maybe not everyone knew about him, but the way he's playing right now, he'll be a test for anybody. Warburton averaging over 102.
94.
Andreas Harrysson over 103 at the moment. This is a beauty of a game. Well, after that first start, I thought he was going to fill it up.
121.
It's going to take something very, very special here from Warburton.
But look at what players are having to do in this game.
60.
Warburton leaving the big fish after 9. Doesn't take it out, and he may not come back to the board because Harrysson is staring at tops for 14 darter, 15 darter if he can find the double 10 for a 3-1 lead.
71.
Warburton
Might
gets a
require
reprieve, but it is
110.
still in the ton plus region. Doesn't go, and so Harrysson will return for 3-1.
46. Andreas should require 20.
He often leaves double 10, and that's the
Range
reason
on
why
the 4 flag. Andreas Harrysson.
he leads 3-1, and he's bringing that fist pump into his game a bit more, isn't
There
he?
gets Mike to throw
I
first.
think he went through the whole first
Game on.
time he was here without showing zero emotion.
Yeah, good leg that from DD, which is his nickname back home.
60.
Yeah, he was really solid against Mike yesterday with a 4-2 victory. We start looking at the head-to-heads as we go into tomorrow. But right now, the in-play table is seeing a
100.
tidy lead now for Harrysson and Gates over the big hitters of Scutt and Warburton. And right in the mix there is Max de Jong as well, who's, I think, exceeding his
140.
expectations.
Just sorting out a couple of technical hitches here. So we're going to have a little bit of a chat here in the commentary box, which gives us an opportunity to have a little bit of a chat in the chat room and speak to some of you here at home and answer some of your questions. So we've spoken to you throughout the course of today. James Brady says, has there been many Irish qualifiers? And if so, how have they qualified for most? So a lot of players come here by way of invitation to this tournament, but there are Irish commentators, Irish players that have qualified through those particular routes. We had Johnny Stewart here last week, qualified through
140.
ADC in Northern Ireland, and we will have more players from that particular region playing in the Super Series as time moves along.
140. 140. Mark your record, 161.
He had a 161 yesterday, did Warby.
65.
Leaves himself a 2 dart. Good board management. He's
121.
not always the best at that, but Andreas Harrysson does like a 1-2-1. It's not going to happen this time. Once again, he's putting together a fantastic package here.
53.
Quite simply for
Warburton,
Warburton, this has to
96.
go.
Well, if you don't take it out in 5 visits, don't expect to win the leg in this match. And he's going to get a dart. A double 8. It doesn't go, and so Harrysson returns 468 for the win. It would put him on to 12 points. It would put him in pole position as far as the table's concerned as well, due to the margin of victory. It's tots for Harrysson. It's another big win for Harrysson by 4 legs to 1 against Mike Warburton. It puts him on to 12 points in the table. It puts him in pole position as far as the table is concerned. 101.36. We thought that he was going to be the standard bearer again today, and the standard bearer he is. Mike Warburton can feel a bit aggrieved that he averaged 97 and change, but was on the other end of a drubbing. Andreas Harrysson went for the ball for a 10-dart leg. It kind of sparked Warby into life, but it is the Swede who picks the points up. Well, that's the end of round 2. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch the beginning of round 3, which kick-starts with Michael Burgoine in action up against Connor Scutt. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where 2 rounds have been and gone for the day. Before the break, we saw Andreas Harrysson set the standard alight, a 4-1 victory against Mike Warburton, the first ton plus average of the day, 101.36 in a 4-1 success. Elsewhere, it's been another good day for Leonard Gates. He's kick-started his campaign with 2 wins from 2. And as you can see from the league table, it has created a bit of a chasm. Harrysson and Gates both on 12, and then the 3 further back, Jong, Warburton and Scutt, all on 6 points. Michael Burgoine is still searching for that first win after 7 matches. But he could get it here against Connor Scutt, who I think it's fair to say has been a little bit out of sorts for his high standards today. Losing 4-1 to Mike Warburton and then 4-2 to Max de Jong. His average is 81.55 and 82.5. And if you compare and contrast it by the numbers that Michael Burgoine has put in today, and you compare it with his doubling stats, you could actually make an argument, Glenn Durrant, that Michael Burgoine could go into this darts match as the favourite.
Game on.
Yeah, I wouldn't have said that this morning. Like I said, I was at the top of the show chatting with you when I felt like Connor Scutt, this was going to be his day for moving Tuesday, but it just hasn't happened whatsoever. And Michael Burgoine must go into this match with the real belief. But when you're not winning games, Michael will be thinking it's typical
97.
that Connor Scutt suddenly will produce his best game against me.
$58.
Why do you think it's not quite clicked for Connor today in your mind?
Well, like I said, he's a real student of the game. He's
51.
he can sometimes overthink the situation. But no, I'm baffled. Like I said, I try to give us much constructive information. I didn't expect it, hence the reason
180.
I had him to go through the card today in this incredibly tough group. But isn't it great to see Michael Burgoine really playing well today? He's not getting the
99.
results, of course. He still sat there on 0 points, but a much, much better performance.
I think we know why Connor Scutt's struggling now, because Glenn Durrant ticked him to
85.
go through the card.
You like bullying me in this comms box, don't you? I got the winner of the Premier League last week.
42. Michael, you require 118.
Has he got Scott's number? 2-2. He's got away with one there. It's interesting. I was about to say I didn't want to spoil it for him, but when you get that bit of a flyer in a combination finish, something like a 2-2, but this is super stuff from Michael Burgoine. He was averaging over 100 for the majority of his previous game. And the Burger Army, they'll be delighted what they're seeing from him, because what happens now is I think he becomes a player in Group C. I think despite the fact that he'll walk into that players area, see himself at the bottom of the table, he'll have that fresh start on Thursday. So it's not the end just yet.
Turns out Burger Boy is a little bit more than just a chip off the old block.
134.
Chip, I'll see what you did there. He's half German, if you want to. Yeah. His mother's from Hamburger.
33. $100.
Should be worth mentioning that Connor Scutt's kind of got a bit of a compare and contrast when it comes to this particular format. Played in Group C
96.
late on in the last series, having just lost his tour card, and then didn't get through Group C. Missed out to Tom Sykes, who went on to actually lose the final of that particular competition, but then was then placed into the double start week, which he got through. But that was in a Group B scenario. In this leg, he's left
82.
tops after 12 to square this match up at 1 apiece. He's had no joy there to date. My biggest surprise has been that when he's had the opportunity to, as he gets the double 10, to split between the tops and the 16s, I wouldn't be surprised if the MO changes and maybe he looks at the southwest side of the board.
Yeah, if you're a student of body language, I think Connor Scutt's given an awful lot away from there. But he has to dust himself down. He's got to, just keep playing for everything. Like you said, we've seen people have disappointing displays in Group A and still go and actually win it come Saturday night.
100.
I mean, let's look at Neil Duff. He was bottom of the table in Group A last week, wasn't he? Who'd have thought he'd be lifting the trophy, whereas Scott Taylor, incredible all week, and just fell at the final fence.
But I think Neil Duff's got a game plan for this now, and he's spoken about this quite openly, is that Group A, and by and large he plays the Group A, is not your be-all and end-all. Yes, you want to win. Of course you do. But he's a player that's all about peaking at the right time.
Yeah.
And he actually works his game to peak in and around Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, don't use all your energy just for qualification. You've got to get
96.
there. Any questions, Henry?
Yeah, we've got a fair few. We'll delve through them in the next leg.
Yeah, it's great to see the interaction with the people watching it here on the YouTube channel.
Has Michael Burgoine ran over a cat, walked under a ladder and smashed a mirror this morning?
I did sort of say that. That's how he will feel if Connor Scutt really kicks in. And this has been a tremendous... He's sticking with the tops, though. He has been dropping low so much on tops. I'm just trying to find his balance there.
So far today, Michael Burgoine has ran into an 89.87 from Andreas Harrysson. He's run into a 90.29 from Gates. And he's running into Connor Scutt, who's running a bit hot here. Tots are 3-1.
No score.
But he has had absolutely no joy on that target today. If he could put something in room 101 right now, it would be that double top.
Yeah, but he's sticking with it. But nothing Burgoine to do on the 1-3-4. But what a stunning last start that is. No more messing about with Scutt this time.
Game shot in the third leg. Connor Scutt.
So 2-1 it is to Scutt with the breaker throw. So I've had a question from Jacob Lever. Can you name every player in the MODUS Super Series in Ports to have a 9 dart to hit against him? Yes, I can. And the list of players have had 9 darts hit against them is as follows.
I was on about the questions for me, Henry. Oh, sorry, go on.
Anna Smith-Neal, Alan Norris, Luke Littler, Scott Taylor, Adam Lipscomb, Anton Ersland, Martin Thomas, Jeffrey de Graaf, and Andreas Toft Jorgensen.
It's a fantastic database that you've got there. Thanks for sharing it with all the commentators. It's a big, big help to us.
It's in your emails, Mike.
$43.
We did have one from
134.
Yeah, much better here from Connor Scutt. He's took real control of this game. It was a promising start to this match for Michael Burgoine. But nothing the fact that he's done too much wrong. It's just been the afterburners have come on for Connor Scutt.
167.
He's got 6 and 167. This is going to go just quickly. Someone's just asked, what's your biggest ever catch when you fished?
59.
I'm from a fishing family, but I don't fish.
$82.
Oh, yeah, I did eat half the ocean bed in Tenerife a few weeks ago.
Scott can't take out the one away, but he's been given time to take this leg out. It's almost like Michael Burgoine's had so much hit at him so far today that it's almost just seen him hit a bit of a wall here. Scutt for 3-1, averaging in excess of 91. And that's despite only being 25% on the finishing. And guess where he is again? But this time finds the top, solid 3-1.
Yeah, he looks so elegant when he leaves his arm. That forward press that he has there. Like I said, you wouldn't think he was 3-1 up because he's not producing his best darts, but the in-play table does see him go to third place for the first time. And like I said, that would mean a Group B campaign.
100.
And remember, the Group B is played on a night. 3 qualifiers from 5 players. He'd fancy his chances in that. So he's got to keep focusing on the positives.
100.
There's the in-play table. Harrysson, Gates locked on 12. Scutt would make the move on 8 points. And
95.
when you consider the start he's had to the day, he wouldn't see himself out of it, but he's going to have to do the damage at the end of the session because his last 2 games are against Gates and against Harrysson.
Yeah, and I was surprised when I did play on that stage that there is a league table in the players' area, and
51.
I think Matthew Edgars said he's won games before he's thrown a dart on that stage because he's going and saying, right, Connor, you're not playing very well, so it's might. And he was sort of getting into people's heads.
100.
So like I said, it is a focal point that when you go in there, that the table's there. And like, my experience was that of embarrassment because I wasn't winning. Very similar to Burgoine. He's going to be pretty desperate to go back. And it's how many legs, how many matches is that now on the spin that he's lost, he's saying to himself.
Well, he's played 31 legs and won 10 so far. Scutt with a max just with Burgoine thought he's going to get some headroom. The 135 is going to go, and so Scutt back for the match. 64. Now, he did this yesterday, didn't he? He lost his first couple of games.
Yeah, a finish that he'll like, the 64. The MO has been tops. He's back there again. He's had his trials and tribulations, but no problem this time. It's the first win of the day for Connor Scutt. That's a real first smile. Michael Burgoine has played 3 games today, and he's played so much better than he did yesterday. He's just not getting the breaks right now, but super magnanimous in defeat. Connor Scutt really put the afterburners on after leg 1. Started averaging over 90, finished with a 92, 96. No problems. He'll be working on that double top if he's going to have high expectation, but he does move to 3rd place as we move on to the next match. It's a quick return for Mike Warburton. He plays Max de Jong.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. That's your referee, Owen Binks, and he's having a nice little chin wag with Max de Jong ahead of his clash with Mike Warburton. It's our middle match of the day. It's game 8 of our session here in Portsmouth, and an intriguing session we've seen so far. Connor Scutt might well be doing today what he did yesterday. Get out the gate slow, but then improve as the session goes along. He got the better of Michael Burgoine before the break by 4 eggs to 1, averaging 92.5. 3 maximums, 4 from 11 on the doubles. He moves himself onto 8 points and puts himself back into a position where he could be in with an outside squeak. He has got Harrysson and Gates to come. Warburton looking to move himself onto 8 points. De Jong looking to do the same as well. And if De Jong does win this match, he would move into P3 ahead of Scutt, courtesy of legs difference.
Yeah, we didn't have many 4-3s in this Group A campaign, but this game between them yesterday couldn't be separated. And it was Warby who got over the line with a full 7 legs.
140.
Warburton played so well but didn't get the points against Andreas Harrysson, and he'll be feeling in the back of his mind if he can
100.
play to a level of a similar nature to that game against the Swede, then he should dig up the 2 points here.
Yeah, Warburton sits second bottom before this game was played.
100.
But he's one that's not going to be bogged down,
99.
is he, by...
I was surprised when I see him yesterday how disappointed he gets. He was really fed up with the way he started so well yesterday, and like I said, he's. I just assumed he was the type of personality where he just brushed aside disappointments.
85.
But he was really angry, and maybe taking him to the quiz was the best thing that could have done, so he wasn't dwelling on it too much.
126.
Not notoriously a big practicer. Can go from one match a week to picking up his darts again. Like I said, he relies on that pretty straightforward throw that he has, where you can see that Max is working hard with every dart that he throws. He must be delighted the way things have gone.
One thing you'll always get from Mike is that real fire in the belly. Always gets himself psyched up for
140.
big games and big
Match
tournaments
number
like this. De Jong
76.
looking at 76 for this opening leg with throw. And it may have to go because Warburton's left himself on a double after 12. It's going to be one in hand, a double 18. The target that Warburton wants,
40.
if that dart was missed, and it is a dart that will be missed by De Jong. Warburton
on the
leads
first
1-0,
set.
13 dart
Mike
break.
Warburton.
He really is beginning to find his groove.
Yeah, I think Max de Jong looked at that 76 and the way he's been finishing. He'll have fancied that double 18. But he was a long, long way away from it, whereas Warby, his first dart is usually his sighter. But he got there near nice 13 darter from Warby. I think he's displayed, like many of the players, I just think the consistency is with Andreas at the moment, and what a game we've got up next. Andreas Harrysson versus Leonard Gates. So stick with us for that one.
That is a lunchtime delight
45.
here at the Super Series. Get your sandwiches, get your tea, sit in front of the TV, or if you're at work, put that second screen on and enjoy, because that should be
100.
a real cracker of a match.
Yep. Week 5. Just getting to see the players now ready for Champions Week. Gets to that sort of stage. And then another specials week to come as well. So, all exciting times here at the MODUS Super
29.
Series.
Yep, plenty of talk and speculation over the upcoming specials weeks here at the Super Series. I really enjoyed the last one, the double start. For me,
100.
if I had any kind of authority, of which I have none, and that's probably for the best,
Good.
I'd have that once a year. An annual tournament. Double trouble.
100.
I think that I should have a specials week of people who, the only players that have ever won Lakeside 3 times in 17, 18 and 19. I'd still get beat in the final.
I was going to say Lisa Ashton
59.
would beat you in the final.
Ah, good shout. I'm trying to think, what lady player did it? I think in that period there, I remember Mikuru Suzuki winning it, and her followers, friends and family were all
60.
dressed in, the Japanese wear. It was, they really made it spectacular.
Yeah, that was a massive upset. Mikuru played Lisa Ashton in the first round of the first Saturday, the
100.
first time she won, and created a huge upset, and she then went on to win the tournament. Threatened the first ever women's 9 darter here at the Super Series, which was hit by Fallon Sherrick in this building against Adam Lipscomb back
59.
in August 2023.
82.
Warburton 82 for 2-0 lead. He's got a couple of cracks at this.
Well, that looks perfect. Does he need to move? Top part of that double 16.
James on the second leg.
Just makes the game look
Mike
ridiculously
Warburton.
easy at times, Mike Warburton. Averaging 96.97. 18 darter there.
So look, it's Max to throw first.
To compliment that first one. But people, one of the questions I get asked, Henry, is the funniest moment at Lakeside. And I have to say, I mean, it's in relation to Bob Potter, rest in peace, of course, because when you win a Lakeside, I then had to go back to my hotel room
125.
to put my suit on. So then I put my suit on and then went back to a champion's meal. And I was getting messages saying, Glenn, can you be quick? You're holding the proceedings
60.
up. And then when I went back to go to the champion's meal, I wasn't allowed in the venue because Bob Potter didn't I said, Bob, I've just won the competition. No, you're not allowed. This is for players only, champions only. I said, I've just won it. So I went to a
60.
champion's meal that I wasn't allowed in.
$83.
Is that the same as me not being invited to the MODUS Christmas meal?
Well, you were, but you were that drunk after the first pint you had that we had to leave you on the pavement. I do remember you singing Let Me Entertain You. Is that correct?
180.
Unfortunately, let's move on. Dion 136 to make it 2-1.
$137.
Yeah, the fantastic
Match
camera work that you see
136.
by the guys. It was nearly non-existent after Henry sang Bohemian Rhapsody. But this would be good, this 136.
100.
I tell you what, he's got away with one at the end there because that one, he just sort of threw at the big 20 and that was precariously close to the treble.
Forget Bohemian Rhapsody. That was Bohemian Haphazardly from Max de Jong.
100. Action required 36.
Double 18 for 2-1. Lived after 12 darts.
Yeah, could have been a different game if it hit this double 18 in the first leg. This time he's got 3 darts in his hand. He's down to the final one now.
Game shot
And you
in the
could
third
just
leg.
see Mike Warburton
Max de Jong.
pacing behind him there, fancying his chance of that 1-2-1. But a lot of respect to Max de Jong. He seems
Well,
to
there
get
is Mike to throw
embroiled in
first.
these types of games
Game on.
and usually comes out on top in them. And fair play once again. He showed real bottle and class with that final dart. He's back in this match.
60.
Indeed he is. Thank you very much, everybody that is tuning in on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. On top of the...
Especially the ones giving Henry a hard time.
125.
Cheers, Patrick.
So Henry sort of takes it out on me. So I'm relying on you to help me out. Good dart again from Warburton.
140.
Well, we're approaching the 1600 viewer mark, and if we get beyond 2,000, we'll think up a little bit of a prize.
45.
You can have a night out with Henry. Second prize is 2 nights out with Henry.
60.
I was just about to say, needs a couple of trebles here. He just seems to find ways of winning games, as Max. Is it fair to say he's the most
125.
methodical player in this group? And I think that transition of people playing these quicker players, when they do play a Max, their games seem to be affected slightly.
60.
Well, I don't think you need to be a mind reader or a lip reader to get the gist of what Mike Warburton thought there.
$59.
Well, De Jong leaves himself on a finish, but Warburton 181 can still take the ascendancy in his leg if he can find a couple of trebles. Maybe one could be enough.
60.
Not
Match
happy with the
required
60.
147.
And De Jong pocket a 147 break.
Yeah, once again, starting downstairs. A combination can't be done, but you can put some pressure with a good setup play.
39. Mike require 121.
And all of a sudden, Warburton becomes a big favourite for this leg. He's going to get a dart at the bull at least. It is the bullseye for a 3-1 lead.
96.
Well, he's had a
Match to
1-2-2.
record
The 1-2-1
108.
doesn't follow in suit. And De Jong 108 to square this game back up at 2 apiece. Doesn't go. And so Warburton to really hit the front in this contest. 2 in hand at double 8. Can he just kiss that off the barrel? Just too far across.
Yeah, I think we got the
Max
same
required
reaction in the comms
57.
box there, mate. I think we thought the first dart was in and the second one couldn't miss.
Trust me, Mike, it wasn't that close.
I just thought he saw you last night, but it tops
Game's
here
on the
for
fourth
De Jong.
Max de Jong.
And it's 2-2.
Fifth egg, it's Max to throw first.
Well,
Game
he
on.
celebrated with a Henry Deacon dance move in the first win. He was looking good there to be leading 3-1. But Max de Jong seems to find ways of winning.
There's a real admiration for players that can
121.
just find ways of picking something out. And look, Max, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way to him whatsoever, but there are players in this group that have a proven
100.
higher ceiling than what Max has provided over the first couple of days. But what should be commended is the fact that no matter what the task is, he always chips in, and he always chips in, and he always digs away, and he's never out of a leg, and he never has this give-up attitude, which has at times afforded him
45.
those opportunities. We go back to that first game yesterday against Andreas Harrysson, where if he had that kind of attitude, Harrysson probably does end up winning. But Harrysson spurns opportunity after opportunity, but De Jong
100.
was there to pick up the crumbs.
And that's not the reputation that he wants. He wants to be pinging in the 117, 88 averages, you know. You don't want to get this
58.
label of being a bit of a grinder, but I see it as a real strength for Max because, you know, when he's involved in these tight tussles, he's often coming out. No real panic on the face
60.
of Mike Warburton, but he'd be nervous now because he was in total and utter control of this match for the majority.
And De Jong's probably getting to the stage now where he's got a reputation that if you don't pick up the piece, he's going to mop up. And that in itself can create its own pressures when you play him.
100.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear from the Dutch players who've come against him. Is it a strength of Max that is finishing normally? Or has he got a better scoring power game about himself?
100.
It's that classic opportunity that Max, he thought his dart was not behind him, but he's got new priorities after becoming a father and decided to do the ADC qualifiers and just delighted to be here.
119. Might require 100.
It's the opportunities this competition provides. It's given this man plenty of opportunities within the game. He's actually been with us for 4 years now, has Warby. He actually was part of the
97.
original
Match
lockdown
required,
incarnation
58.
of players.
Well, this is where he's been really good. However, the 2-2, that pressure's just a little bit different. Can he handle it? This is a huge dart. He's on throw, remember.
48.
And that's what you can't practice
Might
for.
require 44.
That X factor when you're in very much a tight game. And Warburton was being second best for a leg and a half. Chance to go back in front. This time a big dart for Warburton.
39. Max should require 10.
So De Jong comes back for double five with Warburton spurning opportunities. Been in this department where De Jong has picked the pieces up. But it's only going to be a solitary dart. And oh no, it's
No
not even going to be
score.
that. He's flung in the worst treble
Might
20
require
you could
5.
ever want to see.
Yeah, it was a lackadaisical. He just didn't set the dart. He panicked a little bit, and Warburton will be all over that. Again, a fabulous angle, and the reason why
Max should require
Mike didn't
10.
have to move. I don't think he'll go low with his first dart this time.
Lays it up perfectly just above. Can he find a way below? He's got two perfect guides.
Game
And he
shot on the
uses
fifth
it
leg.
to a perfect degree. And
Max
De
De
Jong
Jong.
leads 3-2. Warburton must be thinking, what more
Six
can I
legged Mike
do?
to throw first. Game on. $83.
Yeah, the table's an interesting read now in the in-play. Max de Jong goes back to third place and takes it over to Connor Scutt.
42.
But the big thing that you see there is the fact that Mike Warburton's not there. One of the big hitters, Connor Scutt, is not there. One of the big hitters. Mike Warburton's second bottom.
100.
Didn't expect that.
Can I give you a mouth-watering proposition?
Go for it, Henry.
I'm going to do it anyway. There's a potential that Group C
100.
could involve Connor Scutt, Mike Warburton, Michael Burgoine, Ashley Coleman, Jared Cole, Greg Ritchie. Now that is the sort of carnage we like to watch.
100.
Things we like to see, Glenn.
Yeah, I mean, the Group C is... Yeah, it's usually 3 players that are coming down from Group A out of form. But yeah, that would be arguably
85.
the best Group C I've been involved with. Just a shame you won't be, Henry.
41.
I'll be sat with my feet up, enjoying all of the action. In my Spider-Man pyjamas and Pikachu slippers.
I'll be watching the chat room carefully there, because I've got a feeling Henry Deacon will be Patrick
100.
Poopington.
$97.
Yeah, good moments here for Warburton. Needs himself a finish. He'll fancy at least a dart or a double. It is on throw.
Warburton, 80 points away from taking us to a last leg
56.
decider
One
again.
require,
Yeah,
80.
a couple of trebles there for Max, but not the desired ones. This match went all the way yesterday. Is that too good?
60.
That first dart was just covering the whole bed.
Match require
From
180.
absolutely nowhere. These are the types of finishes that Max de Jong has been hitting.
Well, he's taken out a couple of ton toppers today. Couldn't find the trouble with the second dart, so Warburton will return for the double 10 to take us the distance again.
58. Mike required
Yeah,
20.
leaves himself a 2-darter. He might have all the experience in the world, but these are nervy times for Mike Warburton. But he
Game
gets there in the
shot,
end. We are
sit flat.
going the distance for the second time
Mike
between these two. Yes, it was Mike Warburton who had the darts in the final leg. That was the
7 from
deciding
final leg,
factor.
it's Max to throw first.
The biggest 3
Game
darts in the
on.
match of Max de Jong pending.
How many times this week have we seen Mike Warburton have a dart come off the barrel of the marker of the dart before this week?
But I think it's a real strength. I think it's young players watching right now, and
140.
I can see some of the questions in the chat room. Glenn, I'm averaging 65, da-da-da. And like I said, I just think he keeps the game very simple. I think he uses that first dart as a real sight. It's not an accident.
41.
We've seen it too many times from him, and I think it's a good trait to have.
But de Jong kicking off this leg 140. Warburton with a slip of a visit, and now the match is very much in the grasp of the Dutchman.
Yeah, it's Max is to lose from here right now. You won't be disappointed with that 1-3, 140, 135 start when your opponent started 41. The beginning of the end, you feel here. And once again, a tight match.
60.
And it's Max de Jong that looks like he's going to come out on top again.
It's fair to say Mike Warburton won't be feeling comedically chaotic after this game.
Is that what you meant to say last time?
No.
Oh,
56.
I'll see what Patrick thinks about that.
De Jong has got a few bites from the fish for the match.
100. Max required
Still a 4-3 win
170.
over Mike Warburton, who looks over his shoulder, and he may be looking a long way ahead of him in the group.
Well, he's the only player to have a 170 so far this week.
130.
Well laid up for tops. Sensible play of your opponent not on a finish.
30.
Yeah, a
Max
very
required
disappointing Mike
40.
Warburton. But for Max de Jong, he just seems to be going from strength to strength. He's enjoying his debut here at the MODUS Super Series. This to reverse the 4-3 loss to Mike Warburton yesterday.
33.
Well, he's tried to bust it and in turn has left himself in a worse suit. Now pick your fighter, Max. Well, he laughs in the background, but he may not be laughing
Max
much more
required
because
7.
Warburton's left himself on a finish.
Well, he missed the big number on the finish in the last one. However, no problems this time. Gets himself composed. Eyes on the double 2. Up to Madhouse. Well, he gets there in the end as Max de Jong, and listen to that celebration there. It was a 4-3 win for Mike Warburton over Max yesterday, but he just seems to really enjoy the fight of the battle right now, and look at the reaction for the man on debut. Something that's absolutely fantastic to see. He won't, nothing to write about on the numbers there. He just loves a scrap. And speaking of scraps, we have got a real heavyweight clash coming up next. It's first versus second. Don't miss the next one. It's Andreas Harrysson against Leonard Gates.
Hi, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. For the break, we saw Max de Jong get the better of Mike Warburton by 4-3. And now stand by for a real heavyweight contest. America and Sweden on this Super International Super Series stage. Andreas Harrysson and Leonard Gates, two of the real premier performers here in 2023. And at the beginning of 2024, they are showing similar signs. Harrysson, who yesterday averaged 117.88. It was the third highest average you've ever seen here. Up against Gates, who has found different ways of winning matches. At times he's been spectacular. At times he's had to go to the well. It has been quite the week so far for this pair. Both lots on 12 points. The winner will move on to 14. The winner will have advantage, not just in terms of winning the group, but will then have a massive gap back to Max de Jong in third place in the league table.
100.
Yep, perfectly set up, Henry. The best two players of the week by a big stretch. I still think there's more to come from Leonard Gates, where I think Andreas Harrysson is, barring his opening game of the Group A campaign, is so he's ticked every box. He's got the real skill set, real great characteristics to be a real elite player. And just getting better and better at 48-year-old. He just seems to be enjoying his game when you've got that combination of having the belief as well.
60. $135.
Well, it was a massive win for Andreas over Leonard Gates yesterday.
43.
Pretty destroyed him, 98.56, 4-0. However, this time Andreas Harrysson has not started this match at all. And Leonard Gates, who don't ever write him off.
147.
Only double 18. This is a fabulous start from the American. Did we write him off, Henry?
Don't write him off too soon.
81.
And he'll do anything in his power to
And
leave
requires
double 18,
36.
and that's exactly what he's done again here.
Game shot on the
And it's a
first leg.
13-dart break for the
Leonard
American.
Gates.
Gates leads by a leg to 0.
Yeah, some great numbers watching on YouTube, so just
Second leg,
please
it's Leonard to throw
just
first.
tick that
Game.
subscribe button for all the bonus features, extra content. Like I said, it's fabulous that people are engaging on the chat room as well.
41.
Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are in the comms box, and been looking forward to this game, to be fair. But it's Leonard Gates who started very nicely.
100.
Yeah, do get in touch in the chat room, and if we go over 2,000 live concurrent viewers, we will
58.
do something a bit special.
Yeah, you keep teasing us. What is it? What are you going to do?
That's giving the game away, isn't it?
100.
So do you want me to run on the streets of Portsmouth and get them all to tune in, or how are we going to engage them?
Well, get in touch via our social media feeds, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, at MSS Darts.
190.
Tweet in your thoughts as Gates piles in the first max of the match. He's averaging 106.36 here. And Harrysson, who
140.
was piling in the big numbers in his last game against Mike Warburton, is having one thrown right back at him here.
Well, he is. However, he responded very nicely in this leg.
26.
Scores a ton 40, ton 40 for
121.
the Swede. He does like that route. So treble 19 will be the final dart.
43.
Hasn't left it where it's a real gimme. So a 140, 180 from... Come on, he shouts. It's soundproof, this comms box, but I think we all heard that.
81. Andreas requires 78.
To square this game up at one apiece. Harrisson's going to have 2 in hand at double 12.
Game
Only
shot on
needs the
second
1.
leg.
Well, it was
Andreas
a 13 darter
Harrysson.
for Gates to win the first leg, a 14 darter for Harrysson to square
Well,
up.
it's Andreas to throw first.
We thought that this would be
Game
the high quality contest of the day, and so far it's duly delivering.
Yes, it's my first time in the new sort of commentary box as well, so I get that fascinating
41.
aerial view of just watching the demeanours there. And like I said, Gates is very, very fidgety, whereas Andreas Harris is just that typical Scandinavian. He's just
60.
so cool, calm and collected. Real difference in personalities between the pair of them. But on the dartboard, they know exactly where that treble 20 is. Warming up
100.
nicely.
$140.
Sharon has said, if it hits 5k live
41.
viewers, we want Henry to sing a song for us.
So how come all the messages about me you don't mention? As soon as Henry comes up, you get all excited and you start wobbling on your chair
100.
again. Me. Yeah, all you ask me is how big of a carp I've caught.
Stop carping on, will ya?
140.
Well, Gates is threatening what could be a third consecutive break of throw at the beginning of this match.
54.
But that turn there has now opened the door back up for Harrysson.
Yeah, it's that classic swings and roundabout this game. It's probably going to flip-flop right the way through this match. I just sense
43.
the winner of this game
147.
will top the table overnight. I think Andreas Harrisson's got a nicer ending to the day.
139. Andreas requires 136.
Well, after a high-octane first couple of legs, this third leg just hit the bumpers a little bit, but Gates has just put his foot to the throat to try and break on
42.
double 4.
And you require 8.
Yeah, just his first negative signs there from Andreas. And when Gates leaves himself a double with 3 darts in his hand, there's usually only one outcome.
Game shot on the
And
third.
he didn't
leg.
let me down there again. He
Leonard
has been
Gates.
changing his flights, and arguably when we were having a closer look, We actually think he was changing his barrels as
Well,
well
that is
in his
Leonard to
previous
throw
game, so
first. Game
he's
on.
not 100% happy with the situation, Leonard Gates. And Andreas Harrysson, as much as you're not going to read too much from him, he's been brilliant.
100.
But he saved his worst game from arguably his biggest.
Which is very uncharacteristic for Andreas, because we have come to expect
60.
big stuff at big times from Andreas, and that's exactly what he's done over the last 6 months. Winning 2 weeks here. The success he's had on the Nordic and Baltic circuit, the success that he's had in other particular competitions.
And again, when you're playing well and you're involved in a scrap like this,
45.
you seem to win them games. When things are going against you and you're sat like Burgoine where everything seems to be going wrong, people just play
59.
marvellous against you. And that's when, like I say, the mindset can take over. Why me?
You know, we said
100.
yesterday that Gates did well to get to 8 points yesterday, and that could be a danger for the rest of the field.
97.
Well, this could really come to preeminence here, because Gates has got opportunity if he takes out the 114 and move into a 3-1 lead. Wins this game, moves 2 points clear at the top of the table from Andreas.
60.
And you'd say the others
Leonard
could be
Burgoine,
close to out of sight
114.
already.
He's usually the headline act, isn't he? Leonard Gates, whenever he's here, seniors. But to be fair,
98.
we've spoke less about Leonard and more about the quality of Harrysson. They're just quietly but effectively getting on with the job here.
59. Leonard requires
Double 8 for a
16.
3-1 lead. And he has got 6 to do so.
Game shot on the
Only
fourth
needs the
leg.
1. It's
Leonard
3-1
Gates.
Gates, and he's a leg away from taking command of this group.
Fifth leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, a baffling performance here from Andreas. Has he got the fight and tenacity about him to come back, because Leonard Gates is a tough man to break.
42.
Well, not often do we say this about Andreas Harrysson. The average right now, 77.12.
Yeah, we built this game up and say we haven't been let
60.
down an awful lot by these 6 players for the past day and a half. But yeah, this was a game where, forget the averages, it is about the 2 points.
60.
But the thing was, Glenn, it was promising after the first couple of legs. It was a 13 darter for Gates to start, followed by a 14 darter for Harrysson. And at that point, we expected it just to continue in that vein. It hasn't done so. It's got a little bit scrappy,
140.
but Gates has been able to pick the pieces up, although Harrysson has the better of the running in this 5th leg.
45.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that Leonard Gates is a real overthinker of the game, but I think if I was in this scenario, I'd be thinking the first 3 darts of the next leg are really crucial. You
66.
even get to a stage where you're like, Andreas, just finish this leg off and let's get back to the next leg. Because scores here are 42, 60, 45 for Leonard Gates.
60.
And
Andreas
another trebleless visit there. Put this leg to bed, please.
$53.
So leaves himself on 82 upon his return. Gates just... Well, this is effectively a free scoring turn for him, thinking about the next leg in mind.
60. Andreas require 82.
Yeah, bizarre performance from both. Tops to get back in.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
The real only
Andreas
highlight
Harrysson.
for Andreas Harrysson is 2 out of 2 on the doubles, 100%. His scoring
Sixth leg
power
is
is
Leonard
deserted
to
him.
throw first.
And for Leonard Gates, it's
Game
quite
on.
simple. Hit me with a 140, he's thinking right now. And he seems to do this when he's up against it. He can find a treble 20
100.
at all in that last leg. That was the minimum for him. And Andreas Harrysson, who's been well below par. And this is what happens when you're behind.
Well, the cool,
43.
calm, collected Swede is cutting a figure of frustration right now. You could see it in the background. He's chuntering away to himself. We have spoken
55.
so often about the fact that he hardly lets anything out, that he is so staccato in terms of his emotions on stage. But you can tell that the magnitude of this
100.
game is feeding into those emotions?
Well, it was first versus second. You just sense that the tension in this game and the importance of it. Remember, it was such a dominant display by this man yesterday against Leonard Gates. That's the real only success, that statistic there.
140.
The doubling has been no issue at all. They just haven't found the scoring boost. Just the 180 in this match. But that treble 20 there by Leonard Gates. Is he 3 darts away from victory?
106 for the match. It would move him clear
58.
of Harrysson in second.
Leonard, you require 106.
And it'd probably minimum guarantee a Group B position on Thursday and Friday night. Treble 18. Would have given him a dart at double 16, and Harrysson needs to pin
56.
this 160 to have
Andreas,
any
you
kind of
require
hope.
160.
Yeah, 68 left with his final dart and decided to go on the 18s, Leonard. But nothing at all Harrysson can do, and that shake of the head tells you everything. Big chance for the
92.
American. This is to go
Leonard, you
top
require
of the table.
50.
For Leonard to open the floodgates at the top of the group. Double 16. And now double 8.
34.
But it doesn't go, and Harrysson is reprieved.
Andreas, you require 68.
Andreas Harrysson will be thinking, how on earth am I going to get a dart to go 3-3? He's been immaculate on the
48.
doubles, but when he needed it most,
Leonard, you
it
require
let him down. I
16.
don't anticipate a miss here from the American.
2 8s for Gates.
Go,
And it's he who
shot
has
on the
command
match.
of the Group
Leonard
8 table.
Gates.
Leonard Gates gets a bit of Andreas Harrysson by 4 legs to 2. It was an uncharacteristically under par performance from the Swede. As for Gates, well, he took full advantage of it. The pair have a smile about the contest they've had, but both players feel that there is plenty more left in the tank. Well, we're going to have a short break. Myself and Glenn are going to analyse what we've seen over the first 9 games on the other side of it. And when we return, we are going to watch the All-ADC battle as Max de Jong takes on Michael Burgoine. That's coming up after this short break. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We are halfway through the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and this is what we've seen so far. And well, the top two have been on a collision course, and it came to a head in that last match. Andreas Harrysson losing out to Leonard by 4-2, and so it's advantage to the American as far as the top of the table is concerned. Glenn Dummett joins myself here in the studio to talk about what we have seen so far. And look, there's only one place to start. That is that game before the break. Massive game with huge consequences. And Leonard Gates, every single game today has been a battle, but he's found ways of getting over the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a crazy day, to be fair. I mean, we left yesterday thinking, what an unbelievable group here. The performances were great. And I've been a little bit left deflated today. And Leonard Gates is the only player who's in the players area now with 3 wins out of 3. He hasn't been at his sparkling best either. I still think the best is still to come.
But Gates had to do the right things at the right time. Those first couple of matches, he took out 4-ton plus checkers. When you consider they were 4-3 and 4-2 wins, they were key moments at key times.
He does like a 1-1-6. One of those players now goes down to the 19s. And again, I've always credited him of how good he is. When he's got one dart in hand for a double, and that tops and tens there as well as a real indication of how good he is at that sort of combination of finishing.
In terms of that last game against Andreas, how key could that be for Leonard? Because it felt like a bigger game for him, didn't it?
Yeah, like I said, he's pulling out all the finishes there, and it's, you know, that's a good sign for him. But like I said, when you're playing Andreas Harrysson, I was expecting more. You know, so Andreas averaging the 70s. You know, it's not like the occasion's got to Andreas because he's played bigger games recently. He's on the back of 117 average yesterday. We're sat saying how good he is. He just wasn't at the races, was he? And all Leonard Gates did was just pick up the pieces.
Is it fair to say it's been quite a head-scratching day for him? Because he had the 101 against Mike Warburton. But either side of that, it's been fairly average from him, really. And
he's missed the consistency as well, isn't he? So it's like unexpected, and like I said, we were scratching our head. I mean, he's still an incredible player, and this win over Mike Warburton there was you can just see the reaction there from a very, very frustrated and disappointed Mike Warburton.
Disappointment for Mike Warburton, but there's also disappointment as far as Connor Scutt is concerned today. He won his last match, but this is not a guy that we associate, is it? In terms of the big averages, in terms of the big finishing and the consistency in terms of winning games.
At 9:30 this morning, I sat at exactly where I am now and said, he's the mover. You know, moving day Tuesday, he's the guy who can go 5 wins out of 5. He's got everything. Like I said, he's got all the, you know, to have the talent's one thing, to have the application, the preparation's another thing, and Connor Scutt ticks all the boxes. But on that stage, like I said, I was surprised to see him not get through a Group C recently, and he's flattered to deceive this week as well, disappointed.
Well, his game against Mike Warburton, was that an example of that in your mind?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, we were saying there's only going to be one winner in this game, and Mike Warburton really just done a job and just done a number on him in that 8-8 there to seal victory.
He enjoyed it though, didn't he?
Yes, and even done the Henry Deacon dance as well.
I think it's a good celebration though, isn't it? Is it something that you imply when you're next on stage?
No.
No?
No.
No?
Can we move on?
Yeah, let's move on. Right, let's have a look at the league table then at the halfway point of the day. Leonard Gates leads the way from Andreas Harrysson in second. There's a massive chasm between second and third. But Max de Jong, again, we spoke about it in commentary. He's a player that he just grasps at everything that he's got. He has made the most of every single part of this opportunity so far this week.
You get some players who are full of talent. Leonard Gates make it look ridiculously easy. What Max de Jong's got is like, there's not an awful... I haven't seen any sparkling averages from him, but then what comes in is that real grind, that tenacity, that fight, and when he gets to 2-2-3-3, I'm all writing my notes that Max is going to win that game, and a lot of credit and another ADC Europe success.
Yeah, he most certainly has been, and it is a battle of ADC qualifiers in our 10th game of the session. It's ADC UK up against ADC Europe. Max de Jong up against Michael Burgoine. And the ADC really has been a rip-roaring success over the last 18 months or so, and we're going to be feeding through more players as the series goes along. And in the next few weeks, there are going to be a number of real top quality players coming through that particular system. And if you fancy chancing your arm, whether that be through a Vault event or our very own specific MODUS Super Series qualifiers through the ADC system, well, have a little look at this.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Those are details that you need if you want to join us as part of the ADC circuit, dartcircuit.com. And the first weekend of Championship Tour action, which also determines the number of qualifiers for the MODUS Super Series in the men's division, is an absolute sellout. It's taking place in Middlesbrough on Saturday and Sunday. That tour is paying out prize money between both the men's and women's division of £80,000. 52,000 for the men, 28,000 for the women's tour. Every men's tour capped at 256 players. That's completely sold out. There are still a limited number of entries available for the women's competition, which takes place on Saturday the 30th and Saturday the 31st of March at the Eston Sports Academy in Middlesbrough. And later on in the year, we'll be heading back to Middlesbrough for events 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. That takes place on Saturday the 25th and Sunday the 26th of May, again at the Eston Sports Academy in Middlesbrough. The final couple of events will take place in Aylesbury, and the top 8 players from both orders of merit will play in a finals day,
45.
which will take part here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Yeah, fantastic, Henry, and it's great to hear that the home of dart is now Middlesbrough. Yeah, but joking aside, it's a fabulous,
96.
fantastic venue, and the setup that the team at the ADC put together, Steve Brown, and obviously originally, and obviously Scott Hunt is incredibly involved, and just a big shout out to
60.
Middlesbrough's Carl Coleman as well, who's doing his bit in the area, and we're incredibly proud and delighted that it's a total sellout this weekend, and yeah, I'll be
100.
watching from afar.
$135.
Do you think this is the one big chance now for Michael to get up and running?
99.
You'd say so. I mean, you look at the numbers that have been posted and carded in against him, he can feel somewhat hard aggrieved. Everyone's played well against him, played probably some of their best stuff today against him, but they've been able to
100.
carve out the points. But this is what makes this competition so difficult, is you can play well, but then there's something that can be almost surpassable to you.
Well, I say it could be Michael's best chance, but yesterday Max de Jong really did a number on Michael. It was a big 4-0 victory. But Michael seems to be a different player as Max looks at the 161.
$91. Michael, you
So
require
Burgoine 106 for the break and throw. Something like this will give him so much confidence. We've taken out the 118 today. Treble 18 would have given him a dart at double 16. And so de Jong is back for the 17 to lead 1-0.
36. Max, you require 70.
Yeah, that's the first time he's really showed his disappointment there. I think he entered this game thinking now's the time.
Game shot
But when you're up against Max de Jong, you've got to
Max
take
de
your
Jong.
opportunities, because if you give him a dart or a double, he will often ping it. And once again, we talk about
Michael
the
to throw first.
superb finishing of the young Dutchman.
Well, yesterday, De Jong was 35% when it came to the doubling, 16 hits on 45 attempts.
96.
And if you look at today's numbers, they are equally impressive, particularly in the first two. He had a struggle against Mike Warburton where he missed 13 at a double, but in the 2 games prior, 2 from 6 against Gates
96.
and 4 from 5 against Connor Scutt. You give him opportunity, he is going to pounce.
94.
And this is where the belief has to come in for Michael. Like I said, this would be good if he had the crowd, he had the Burger Army behind him, and sometimes they can be a real sport, but the MODUS Super Series qualification process during the
60.
week, it's a real individual sport. And I have to say, I thought the crowd on Saturday night was absolutely, Henry, superb.
Oh, it really was, Glenn. I mean,
45.
I was presenting on Saturday, and during a couple of the games, I stepped outside the soundproof studio that we have adjacent to the commentary box just to sample the atmosphere for a couple of games. And I was here the Champions Week that Luke Littler
60.
won, and the atmosphere there was incredible. And the one on Saturday was probably the closest it's ever got to that kind of level of noise and
140.
fever pitch type atmosphere.
Was it a mixture of Adam Lipscomb and Chaz Barstow's family and friends?
Oh no, it was a Lipscomb fest.
Oh, he brought the majority.
Oh, he ever.
81. Michael, you reckon 126.
I thought they were all here to see you. He'll stay there. Doesn't particularly want to after that first start. 88 left, so treble. He likes treble 20 as his MO, but the option of treble 16 if need be.
54. $56. Michael, you require 72.
Yeah, options on 72. He seems to be looking up. A big straight 20. That just creeps in, which usually means when they're creeping,
On the second leg.
the double goes.
Michael Burgoine.
Michael Burgoine, like I said, there's more positives than negatives about him today. Just
So they get to
not
match
getting the
throw
results.
first. Game on.
He's got to believe I probably go through that situation, Henry, where he wins a game and the next one comes in his next game.
Bit like what we saw from Max de Jong,
60.
where he has been very, very streaky in terms of his results. He won his first 2. He then lost his subsequent 4 and is now on another 2-game winning streak here.
100.
Yeah, this one's very much in the balance, isn't it?
What do you think of our next matchup, Glenn? Connor Scutt up against
60.
Andreas Harrysson.
What happened there? I tell you what, 6 more months your voice is going to break.
121.
And Charles Barstow? Do you know what I think? I think Connor Scutt puts in an unbelievable performance.
There we go. Connor Scutt's going to have his 75 in the next game.
140.
Why ask me if you're just going to ridicule me? Just because you're going to Wembley tonight.
140.
Super stuff from the Burger Boy.
Yeah, leaving a finish after 9 in this third leg.
57. Michael, you reckon
And he's going to get
140.
6 from this juncture. Another one of them. Would have left double 10. But
95.
I feel like in some ways as disappointed he's going to be as relieved he's going to be because it caught the dart but yet deflected into the treble 5. So at least he didn't burst the score.
I'm just glad the finish
60.
didn't go in for the fear of
Michael,
your
you reckon
voice.
45.
Single number. He's already hit tops in this match. The
Gains
Burger
on
Boy
the
leads
third leg.
2-1.
Michael Burgoine.
Really, really good to see. He hasn't let himself down. He hasn't let anybody down. He's
There
just
gets
not getting the
Michael to throw
breaks.
first. Game on.
But as we say, here at the MODUS Super Series, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Once again, averaging over 90.
85.
Playing very, very nice. Can he see out the game's the question.
$140.
140 start piles the pressure on the Burgoine throw.
Well, we had a real heavyweight game.
125.
First versus second in the previous, and I was left disappointed. Whereas this game against the two debutants, I'm really enjoying this matchup here. And once again, Michael Burgoine dominating the statistics, averaging well over
55.
90 in this one, 93. Both of them are immaculate on the doubles. This is a really, really enjoyable match.
And you've got to give full credit to the way that Michael Burgoine has
100.
improved from day 1 to day 2 here at the Live Lounge, because it could have been so easy for him to have gone back into his shell and then struggled again today, and then that would have left a dragging effect on
58.
tomorrow. But he's done something to try and arrest the situation.
Well, I know what it's like to lose 8 out of 8 on that stage.
79.
I suppose you're the expert to ask, aren't you?
I'm the expert to ask, so all I want to do is go and find someone the size of you and beat them up.
You couldn't beat me in a fight.
43. Michael, you require 112.
112 is still on. And he is going to get a dart at tots. A 3-1. Just dragged
92.
below, but he is going to come back for 3 more at double 10.
Yeah, you can just see him look at the score of Max there, so it's really important he stays focused. That's the first missed dart at a double in this match. Max de Jong may use the bull with his last one.
85.
Would have left a 2 dart if he'd have hit the
Michael, you require
25.
20.
But a chance for Michael to lead this match and be 1 away from victory.
No score.
But it doesn't go, and we've
Max
seen de
require
Jong
120.
punish with a 120 when somebody spent darts at a double. He did so against Connor Scutt earlier on today.
Yeah, he comes into his own roundabout now. He hasn't been involved in this match, to be fair. However, this time he ain't going to get a chance at a double.
40. Michael, you require
Fly
20.
with the last one.
Burgoine with another opportunity to move himself 3-1 in front, double 10, and now double 5 is what he's staring at.
10.
But he can't find, and de Jong has got another opportunity, a more
Max, you require
tangible
80.
opportunity to break.
And absolutely nothing wrong with those 3 darts there from Michael. That's just what happens when you're on a losing streak that he is. And Max de Jong, 2 darts at double 10. This game can be unfair. This game can be really, really harsh. But Max doesn't care. He is fantastic at picking up the scraps of missed opportunities from the opponents. Penny for your thoughts, Michael Burgoine.
Max de Jong has had more pinches than a crab.
45.
I haven't got that one on your bingo card.
96.
I enjoyed the tumbleweed after you said it. You sort of sat up waiting for that David Brent moment.
$60.
Well, Burgoine still
95.
crafting away. I think if there's one thing that probably best describe these two players has been their grafting abilities over the course of the week. Max has had a bit more success in that particular department, but that's mainly because maybe his
60.
range was a bit better on day 1.
Yeah, he's one of those few fairly methodical Dutch players, isn't he? We used to mean lightning quick.
92.
Maybe Ron Moulenkamp sort of ticks that profile of Max de Jong. But like I say, very gritty, real fighter. And usually when he gets a 2-2, it's when he comes into his own. But he hasn't kicked on here. The better player has been this man. He hasn't let those missed darts at a double affect his scoring power in this leg.
100.
Well, the game is tied at 2-2, but there is a 13-point chasm when it comes to the averages in Michael Burgoine's favour. But it's the fact that he's missed 7 darts at a double, and Jong is word perfect, which is why we are level in this darts match.
45.
Well, he had a 1-1-8 finish in his last
180.
game against Connor Scutt. What he'd give for one right now. Don't miss the 18. The treble is the bonus.
94.
And it was the Brucey bonus to leave double 12. He's looking good to break the throw. Can he serve it out for victory?
And this time there is nothing De Jong
60.
can do by way of
Michael
response.
requires 24.
Burgoyne double 12 for a 3-2 lead and the breaker throw. Double 6 now is what he requires. Can he just nudge that off the barrel? That's a nice little guide. But he can't
18.
use it.
Isn't it reminiscent of the previous leg as well? Again, beautiful thrown dart at double 12 and double 6. No reward. The important thing for Michael right at this moment is not to beat himself up.
95. Michael, you require 6.
Well, in exhibition, he'd go 3 double 1s. What he'd give for this double 3 right now.
Game shot.
Fabulous start. Burgoyne is
Michael
1 away
Burgoyne.
from victory.
And will serve it out to break the duck.
To throw first. Game on.
Can he serve an ace start here? Once again, he knows the situation. Local league, he's probably played 1,501s one leg. All you want to do
86.
is give yourself at least a treble. He got that. Then you say to your opponent, match it or beat it.
Going back to that scenario when you have lost 8 from 8, what's it like then when you're put into that scenario that you can finally find that elusive win?
85.
Like you say, you forget to win. You forget how to get to the winning post, and it's easy for me to sit here and say, just take your time, but your brain is already waiting for that winning moment.
100.
And then I was seeing people like David Davis, who we'll see this week, pinging 114 when I'm sat on a 2-darter. So it's really important that Michael just stays within himself right now. He's been the better player. He
80.
deserves the victory in this one, in my opinion. Don't let that mind race away with things.
The brain is sometimes the best and worst
59.
tool for a darts player.
Yeah, keeping it nice and clear. It's one of the hardest things to do. It's like someone saying to you, though, look at that. Don't look at that pink elephant in the corner. You know, your mind is then going to go to there.
41.
But that'll help to hear your scores of 41, to see your opponent is 40 points ahead. 1 treble here. 1 treble.
59.
However, if he'd have hit that treble, it would have left 159. That tells me something as well.
Yeah, he's been spending time with Leonard Gates in the practice room.
I thought we were having a serious conversation there as well.
Oh, does it?
41.
Oh, Henry.
Corin Hammond back.
What on earth is happening to your voice?
I think everyone's praying it goes, isn't they?
Beautiful, beautiful dart, Michael Burgoyne. That 137 to leave a 2-darter. And Max is way, way back.
100. Michael, you require 60.
Well, it's been 8 losses on the spin. He hasn't shown any signs of negativity. He's just got on with the job. He's always been magnanimous in defeat. Is it his first 2 points at the MODUS Super Series? Yes, it is. Get in there, Burger Boy. And absolutely love that reaction. Yes, you're a winner. Be proud of yourself there, because it's a marathon. You'll be back later. Huge smile. And Max there once again. Friendships are made at the MODUS Super Series. The camaraderie is great between them. And the Burger Boy is finally up and running. He was always ahead in the statistics there, but the most important one, the only one that counts, he's got his 2 points. He's 1-4-2. Very, very well done. Another big, big game. They keep on coming. It's Connor Scutt against Andreas Harrysson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here from the live lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, we saw Michael Burgoine get the better of Max de Jong by 4 legs to 2. Well, he's not in with a squeak of making it through to the finals from Group A, but Andreas Harrysson very much is. But he's hoping not to crack under the pressure when he takes on the sniper Connor Scutt, who's looking to find the recipe for success.
I feel like Barry White sat next to you. Do you know that?
Why?
With my big, deep voice compared to your squeak.
Commentary from Duzzer and the Church Mouse.
First leg, it's Connor to throw first.
But you asked me your opinion on this
Game
one.
on.
And that's... Are we going to see the real Connor Scutt?
43.
Or are we going to see the return of Andreas Harrysson? It was an incredibly disappointing performance in that top-of-the-table clash against Leonard Gates.
84.
Been a lot of love for Michael Burgoine in the chat room. Plenty of burger emojis there. I think he's got a lot of friends tuning in to him
34.
today.
Yes, he'll relish that. Have you had time to
45.
catch up with it all?
Hey. Well, we've even got Eric Cartman from South Park tuning in today.
$121.
This is just so unlike Andreas Harrysson.
It's really puzzling, isn't it?
41.
We've had such lofty expectations about him, haven't we? And yesterday we thought, well, his average for the day yesterday was 97.98,
134.
36% on the double, and we thought, okay, he might come down a few points, but we still expected it to be around maybe a basis of 93, 94. It's been way under it. And you said
59.
Scutt may come out with a big
69.
performance here. Well, he's come out with a good start.
To leave tops.
49.
There's that under the double top again. It's just been far too much, and he's just not getting the balance right on that stage. It's probably going into the double in the practice
45.
area,
Only
and
requires
you start
20.
thinking to yourself, well, the practice board's different, blah, 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 all them negative things come in your mind. Or is it all positive here?
No score.
Again, just messing about the doubles. 4 missed darts to take the first leg.
That breakdown has been no fun to him. The tops, the tens, none of it has helped. And guess what? Andreas Harrisson's woken up.
40. Only required 20.
This could get a bit squiffy here for Scutty. Very squiffy for Scutty, but he finds a
Game
way
shot on the
through
first leg.
to lead 1-0.
Connor Scutt.
Yeah, and Connor Scutt, I think he's at that level now that even victory over
Snaggers
Andreas
Andreas
Harrysson
to
won't
throw
seem a happy
first.
man. I think he really wanted to put a monster performance in here. Just a little reminder to everybody this week that the game is there.
96.
But I'm baffled, absolutely baffled what's happened to Andreas all of a sudden.
93.
And the reason I'm baffled is that you get these flair plays where they'll go through streaky periods, but this man is just so consistent. He just guaranteed what he's going to do and
99.
says to his opponent, well, it's over to you, can you beat that? Whereas Connor Scutt's got the 110 average in him. He was a quarter-finalist at the PDC Players Championships last week, so
190.
you're waiting for him to spark into life.
And so to a certain extent, the players in the bottom half of the group, have they not done a good enough job to keep closer order? Because the likes of Harrysson and Gates
136.
haven't played at their lightning best today, but yet they are still so far in front in the table.
Well, Leonard Gates is 3 wins out with 3, but my player of the day is Michael Burgoine.
170.
The way he stepped up to the mark today without getting the results, and now he's had that win. This could be the moment, though.
Game shot in the second
That
leg.
is how to do it. Andreas Harrysson, we are
Andreas
chatting
Harrysson.
away about how disappointing he's been, and from absolutely nowhere, you have
So
to
against
say,
Connor to throw
the
first.
second big fish of the week. He doesn't reel it in. No histrionics, just gets on with the job. Super darts from the brilliant Super Swede.
121.
Not quite the does a shuffle, is it, Glad?
No, that was... I think I
85.
did that. Did I do it the once? But everybody talks about it all the time. Where it come from, I'll never know. And that's what people don't... That's what I try to get across as a
96.
commentator as well. You can be going for a double, you can be going for a combination finish, and at the last second just change your mind. And I hit a double against Martin Adams. I'm suddenly
41.
dancing on the hockey. It's incredible what you're doing in this, what instinct does.
140.
And we've seen a lot more by way of emotion from Harrysson this week compared to his previous exploits here. And we've seen the frustration begin to build up from him. And
100.
if Scutt could take up this 144, that frustration will be amplified. After netting the fish in the last leg, Harrysson, Scutt's not going to follow up with a big out of his own.
42.
But still leaves himself in ton plus range. You'll be disappointed with that, will Connor?
Should use the bullseye with the last dart.
105.
So that tells you he's still thinking. He's not in panic mode. But still advantage to Connor Scutt. He's going to get a dart to lead 2-1. Double 18 this time. Interesting,
Game's
Henry.
on the
Didn't
third
go for the
leg.
tops.
Connor Scutt.
That's usually his go-to double. Is he now thinking, I've had enough of double top? Let's have a little go double 18. Scutt leads 2-1.
Well, this is a contest that's just beginning to brim up to the boil. The last couple of legs, the 170 for Harrysson, Scutt with the 102. That now means
100.
every player has had a ton plus checkout today. Gates leads the way with 4 of them. Harrysson has 3. De Jong and Warburton. De Jong has 2.
100.
Burgoine, Warburton and Scutt with the solitary ton plus out apiece.
Yeah, thanks to everyone again in the chat room. Kieran Ballard, Glenn, what was your biggest achievement? The world titles. Well, I don't actually
100.
call them the world titles. I call it the Lakeside title or the Premier League. My first Lakeside is still my biggest achievement. I can't even begin to tell you how
45.
good that felt. So the Premier League was about the money. I won't lie. The first Premier League was just about that trophy.
Can I ask you about that first Lakeside? Because you were a big, heavy favourite that year, and you had that
100.
disappointment against Scott Waits the year before. If you didn't win it that year, was there a feeling of maybe it'd never happen?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I think my biggest
92.
viewed video on YouTube is after that loss to Scott Waits. It was devastating. I dominated that year as well. I was the best player in the video in my mind. It was a tough ask. Another one, Glenn, when will we see Niall Gott at MODUS? Well, Niall Gott is an aspiring commentator who's doing a lot for the ADC. He'll be doing the commentary for the Middlesbrough event. And I think he has sent his John Barnes
140.
rap to the MODUS team. And yeah, fingers crossed Niall Gott gets his dreams of being here at MODUS Super Series. He's got the backing of everyone in Teesside, and he's much
59.
better than you, Henry.
Money required 124.
Not hard. 1-2-4 for Scutt. For 3-1 lead, this will be for the break. It's double 11 for 3-1 and a ton topper, but it's not going to go for the sniper. And so Harryson's going to get his go on a ton plus out. He's already netted the fish. What can he do with the 112? He's going. Well, he should have had a dart. He's not going to get a dart, and so Scutt's going to come back. And the second he knew that was going to happen, he went straight
72.
back over to the
Money
table
required,
to
11.
prepare himself for this visit.
Yeah, the big number, no problem. Double 4. Scott
Game's
leads
on the
3-1.
fourth.
I was asked the question, who do
Connor
I think would
Scutt.
win this game? Well, it hasn't gone exactly to plan because I said I was going to see a monster performance from
Connor
Connor
to
Scutt, and
throw
I
first.
was talking
Game on.
we're going to see a 100-plus average from him. However, he's been solid around the 90 mark, and he leads 3-1 against the Swede, which seems to be all going wrong. And the big winner at the moment, Henry,
100.
well, he's up next, Leonard Gates, and see himself have a nice 4-point gap at the top if Connor Scutt wins this game and Leonard Gates beats Mike Warburton.
99.
He's hoping to make bread and butter of Warburton in the next game.
See what I mean? Niall Gott wouldn't have said that. Bread and butter.
42.
Chris Mason wouldn't have picked me up on it either.
$41.
Only one more day working with you, Glenn. It's fine.
So you're allowed to bully me, but I'm not allowed to have a response. Is that what you? Is that the deal?
Pretty much, yeah.
27.
Yeah, when I commentated on Connor last week, his darts seemed to be entering the board and just they weren't going in with real power. And that dart there just sort of fell flat. give an opportunity for Andreas. Remember, it is on the throw here of Connor Scutt, so it might be a big lead, that 3-1. But a breaker throw for the Swede here. And we could be going the distance.
140.
And both players will be aware of the fact that either one can reel off a succession of legs. Harrysson has gone on spells where he could just reel off 4 or 5 visit legs and a canter, but it looks like it's Connor Scutt that could be cantering towards the finishing line. Harrysson leaves himself first to finish in this leg, but Scutt looking to find a couple of chills to put himself in cruise control.
65. Andreas, you require 140.
140 isn't going to go. Can Scutt find the 1-2-7 to win the game?
100. Connie, require 127.
Well, just the one treble needed in the first 2 darts. He'll start in the top, so he is going to get a dart for the match. You can see the nod behind. It's 888. And we do get the big performance of Connor Scutt finally. A huge win over the favourite going into it, Andreas Harrysson. It was big smiles there, but it's 2 defeats on the spin for the Swede. And Connor Scutt shows some of his real qualities there. And the real big winner, as we said, could be the man coming up next. Nothing to separate them in the averages. Excellent on the outer ring for Andreas Harrysson. That beautiful, sublime 170. But it was all about Connor Scutt. That 1-2-7 to win it. Absolutely superb. And Leonard Gates has that carrot dangling of leading by 4 points if he can get over his next opponent. He plays Mike Warburton next.
Well, it was a case of getting there for Connor Scutt before the break. A couple of ton-plus finishes. 86.66 average was enough to dispose of Andreas Harrysson by 4 legs to 1. And what it does do is open up the door for Leonard Gates, who takes on Mike Ward, who I think's reeled in the big fish. He's enjoying the dance moves. I think we'll add that to the dance craze. We've got the Henna's bop, and now the big fish reeling. But Gates can move clear at the top of the group. He can move 4 points clear if he gets the better of Warburton in this particular encounter. Let's forget about the dancing. Let's talk about the darting, Glenn.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Is it me or the practice dart of these players? I think we've seen a 9-darter individually by a player. We've seen a 9-darter collectively by the two of them yesterday. And the big fish there from Mike Warburton. But
60.
just to go down the boring side of things, I never used to aim for certain targets in them 12 practice darts. I always found it off-putting if I did a couple of 180s of doing it. It just
100.
couldn't do it then. It's the first dart in the match, so...
Some would say when he played here, that was the same as well, Glenn.
I'll let you polish my trophy one day.
60.
Might take a while with your little hands, like.
59.
Shall I bring my gloves?
Why do you need gloves to polish a trophy?
100.
Because you can't touch it with your bare hands unless you want it.
$60.
Talking of trophies, something Leonard Gates has been prolific in winning over the last 12 months. Won the Champion of Champions around about this time last year.
45.
Something went on to win the match play and the Masters. Tournaments which he will go on to retain later on this year. And a matter of fact, if you go to dartshop.tv, which is where you can get your tickets for
39.
Saturday night here at the Super Series, there are tickets available for those World Seniors events later on in 2024. That on top of plenty of exhibitions being put on by MODUS Sports as well, all across the country. And if you are
99.
available on Friday the 8th and Saturday the 9th of November, you can watch a certain Glenn Durham in action at the World Seniors Masters.
Am I?
140. Might give a 137.
Where's that at?
That is in the Rainton Arena.
Yeah.
59.
Looking at that treble 19, that would have left
Leonard
tops.
require 103.
Just seems everything's gone really good for Leonard Gates today without him being at his incredible best. I think that's, is it a 7 that? So he's just double checking there. I mean, people will
87.
look at that first dart. That's just
Might
typical
require
Leonard Gates. But
78.
his finishing has got better. It has to be said over the past 18 months. The more he's playing steel tip. 18's bed for Warburton. Perfect first dart with double 12. That's classy.
Game shot in the first leg. Mike Warburton.
Bread and butter for Warburton, and he leads 1-0. And is this going to be the kind of crescendo to the group where we're going to see players
Leonard to throw first.
who we thought were going to stretch away at the top of the group just get penned back in a little bit?
Yeah, I thought Connor Scutt was done and dusted.
83.
But a win here for Mike Warburton. And like I say, it brings him back into the equation. He'd only be 2 points behind Harrysson, 4 points behind Gates.
Well, from
45.
nowhere, and Connor Scutt will probably be scratching his head as to how.
Andy has Leonard Gates in the final game of the day as well, so it's warming up nicely. It's been a funny old day.
100.
Well, this is the point I'm going to make. Because he plays Leonard in the last game, he could go into tomorrow 2 points off the lead. And when you consider the trials and tribulations that he's had, that would be quite remarkable in some ways. He could have been top of the pile overnight going into
140.
tomorrow. But if he can put himself in the mix, I think he's the type of player that... And I know we've said this a lot here this year,
58.
but he is threatening to do something completely out the realms of possibility at some point, and you just sense at some point that he will.
He just hasn't done it at the MODUS Super Series, has he? For
100.
barely since Southampton, to be fair. So he'll want to right those wrongs. And like I said, he's hard working, he's studious. He wants to be successful.
121.
And like I said, it's just been a funny old day in a sense. I mean, this game yesterday was just one-way traffic. Leonard Gates, 98-56, 4-0 demolition of Mike Warburton. But the way it's gone today,
43.
it could be roles reversal.
Leonard, you require
But nobody has really
139.
played fantastically well today. The best player is the guy who sat bottom of the table.
Well, that slip into the single free of the last start has given Leonard 6 starts on the
45.
1-3-9-2 square this game up. He leaves himself on a 2-darter upon his return. Warburton now looking to apply the ample pressure. A dazed look on the face of Leonard Gates.
99.
So
Energy
94
required,
to
94.
square this game up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, 76 left, so options here for Leonard. He's gone the traditional route to
Game
treble
shot
20.
the second leg.
Double 8.
Leonard Gates.
And clean as a whistle once again. The finishing, Henry, today has been the highlight,
So look,
hasn't
it's
it?
Mike
I
to
think
throw
the
first.
scoring power
Game
of the players has probably let them down a little bit. But most of our games today, the doubles have been very, very acceptable.
Well, yesterday there was 7
41.
ton plus outs over the course of the session, and as far as today is concerned, well, there's been 13 of them. And we've still
97.
got 3 more games to go for the completion of this one, and this one's only a couple of legs in.
$60.
Yeah, as we just look at those final games, I think Andreas Harrysson will be looking for a big performance against Max de Jong. He lost that game yesterday. I don't anticipate
100.
Andreas finishing off with 3 losses on the spin. Mike Warburton against Michael Burgoine would be the penultimate game. Burgoine has become a totally different player. And that last game, please stay for that one.
140.
Leonard Gates versus Connor Scutt. That could be interesting if Gates loses this match.
But the big difference between yesterday to today is I have a look at my notes from yesterday. There's a sea of
140.
zeros in the scoreline. We haven't actually had a 4-0 scoreline yet today. Everything has been close and tight. And this another real
60.
nip and tuck encounter.
Leonard require
But Gates has got
164.
6 darts on 164 to move 2-1 in front. He's going to go for this. And he almost got it.
39.
Yeah, when he's on that rhythm, isn't he? And that's why when it comes to the finishes and he's looking fidgety, it's such a shame to his game because when he's in full flow,
92.
he has that
Leonard
almost
required
body
25.
movement. It's just full of rhythm. This is an area he's normally so good at. Double 4.
Game shot in the third leg.
Gates leads 2-1.
Leonard
As much
Gates.
as we were talking earlier there, that Mike Warburton win here could make it very interesting. A win here for Gates and a win over
It's
Connor
Leonard
Scutt.
to throw first.
Is he sort
Game
of a few games away from topping the group here?
But poorly as well. Just have a look at the body language of Leonard Gates. Yesterday, things just felt very
59.
staccato in terms of his body language. But today, bit more energy, bit more passion, and he might be getting a full house in the can today, Leonard Gates.
Yeah, good show, Henry, actually, because
140.
he is the one with a bit of bounce in his step, isn't he? The others are looking a little lethargic, a little disappointed. His shoulders have gone down for Max de
100.
Jong. Mike Warburton doesn't look at his happiest, and the one person with that spring in his step right now.
And you've got to remember as well, when Leonard won those big titles in the
60.
World Seniors last year, this was a big part of the game. Everything had to feel good for Leonard, and when he felt good, he let people know that he
50.
felt good, and he had the celebrations, he had the dancing, he had all the flamboyance and all of the flair, and when he gets going, that is what we see. And we didn't quite see that at times yesterday.
60.
Yeah, there's be factors, as he said there. He's probably had a 12 hours kip, feeling a lot better about himself. And like I said,
20.
you know, the back of the best is still to come, the back end of the week. And he's always a crowd favourite here. So on Saturday night, he becomes a real big player, does Leonard. And I just sense because of what Andreas did yesterday, we haven't spoken an awful lot
140.
about Leonard Gates.
Well, we haven't really spoken too much about Mike Warburton over the course of the last couple of legs, but it could be about to break the
41.
thrower gates here, and he's got
Mike
6
McGuire,
starts to break the thrower
101.
gates here, and to square this game up at 2 apiece. Trouble 19 with a left double 12. All about setting up now, and he's going to
49.
get a couple of darts at either chops or double 16, whichever he prefers upon his next visit.
Yeah, if you're looking at the next
59.
phase for Leonard
Mike
Gates with his
McGuire,
board
52.
management on 2-3-1, start on the 19s, can give you a chance of leaving a finish.
Game shot in the fourth
Mike
leg.
Warburton
Mike
just
Warburton.
effectively getting on with his job. And once again, not for the first time we've said today, it's parity after 4.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to
I'd
throw
love to know
first.
how many legs
Game
Mike Warburton has won in 16 or 17 darts this week.
Yeah, and not a statistic he'll want to hear. He'll want to be winning in 12 to 15. That's what these
180.
That's what these players really are wanting to be doing. First max of this game.
But what that number tends to do is when things do get a little bit scrappy,
100.
in this format, that number tends to be enough to pick legs up. But we know the stratospheric highs that Warburton can get to. Me and you in the commentary box of that
100.
absorbing game against Robert Thornton, where they were averaging about 130 after 3 legs.
Yes, I was interested to see that slide we saw
80.
earlier with the highest ever averages, and I think I had the pleasure of commentating on those top 3. That hour of Daryl Pilgrim will live long in the memory. And Andreas yesterday was just a real joy from this view that we have here. Not only have I got all the TV screens around me, I can just sort of stick my head over the window now and just have a look at the demeanour of the players and the way they're chatting to themselves. And Andreas just put a flawless performance on. But right now, it's all about this man. He was 2-1 down, seemingly losing this game, but he's found something to leave his double 12. He's been really tight on that double 12, so he'll expect to take the lead here with Gates all the way back on 2-6-1.
Well, Gates had that
55.
spurt for a couple of legs, but has
required
kind of
24.
regressed back to type. Warburton double 12 to take command of the game again. He'd led 1-0. But he's not going to go in front 3-2 at this particular juncture.
Yeah, he's been so strong on that double 12 as well. He used that strategy of going just above it. He used that first dart. And it was a nervy look to see what Gates needed. You wouldn't want Gates to come back on 106, so you feel this needs to go. And now it's a little bit nasty. He's had one of these legs earlier in the day, and that seemed to really affect him. However, he gets over the line, and he's 1 away. It's going with throw now. Leonard quite simply has to hold his own throw here and break Warburton in the last.
Well, it's a curious contest because it looked like when Gates took the lead at 2-1 that there was seemingly only one winner of this darts match, and Gates was going to go and reel on another couple of legs and find himself in the winner's enclosure. And suddenly now the scoring is kind of fallen off a cliff edge, and it's Mike Warburton, who holds all the cards, all the aces, and now has stolen the front.
Right now, we talked about how successful the Asian players were at Ali Pali this year. We've chatted a lot about the Scandinavian players and what a lot of them have done here at the MODUS Super Series, but the North Americans are coming to the fore as well these days. But a chance for the match here for Warburton. Not the route to go on 1-8, Mike. Yeah, it's just that realisation now. You remember what I said? You get up there and sometimes you don't know what you're doing.
Do you reckon he's looked at Gates' score, 108 there?
Ah, good shout.
Leonard, you require 108.
Now, Gates will now go for 128 in this instance.
Perfect dart. Big dart.
92.
Big miss.
Mike, you require
And Leonard knows
68.
it. And Warburton comes back. Look at the grip between the teeth. 68 for the match. It's going to be a dart, a double 16 to seal the contest, to seal the win.
52.
It doesn't go. And so
Leonard, you
Gates gets
require
one
16.
more reprieve to send us all the way. It's double 4. It doesn't go.
Incredible ending to this game, and
16.
you could hear the cheers for the rest of the players because a win here for Gates. He was putting himself in a big lead, but a chance for Warburton to play that spoiler role. He's been the better player throughout, but he needs this double 4.
12.
Opportunity spurned. It was actually the doubles that was his strong suit to get himself in this position, but now a handful of match darts have come and gone. And so Gates down on 2-2s, and they don't lose for him, and it is 3-3.
Yeah, remember that moment. If Leonard Gates does top this group, there were nervy moments for that man. And the mind was a little bit of a mush there for Mike Warburton. He was going for the wrong finish on that 1-8. That's a nervy final dart there after a beautiful opener. Chance here for this man.
How many times have we seen the scenario where the player on throw kicks off dry and then the guy against the darts kicks off with a max?
I thought what you were going to say there is how often Leonard Gates, when it's 3-3, starts that last leg decider. It was such a big score, but A fantastic riposte there from Warburton. They're definitely saving their best to last here. This is beautiful.
It could be a perfect ending.
180.
Well, the heart rate's pumping in the comms box. But the coolest man right now is the man
45.
coming to the
Leonard, you
dartboard
require 141.
for the perfect way to end this fantastic game.
Well, the focus goes from the flash to the
121.
dash towards the line. He's on for a potential 10 darter to win it. Leonard Gates, when it's mattered most, has put in as good a leg as you can possibly have.
105. Leonard, you require 20.
It was a fantastic
Game
match.
shot and the
One heck of a
match.
battle there for Leonard
Leonard
Gates, but he
Gates.
gets over the winning line. Match darts for Mike Warburton, remember. An important moment for Leonard Gates and this Group A campaign. He may look cool, calm and collected, but inside he will be bouncing with excitement. He leads by 4 points now. Again, nothing to separate them on the numbers there. 85 average, really solid from Gates. But the most important stat, he leads by 4 points as all 6 players go into their final game of day 2. It's Andreas Harrysson against Max de Jong.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where 4 rounds have been completed. Leonard Gates is 4 points in front of the Group A table. 16 to his name from Andreas Harrysson in second on 12. Connor Scutt has taken charge of that race for 3rd place as far as the table is concerned. De Jong on 8, Warburton on 6 and Burgoine picking up his first win today. Right, into the final round we go. And it sees Andreas Harrysson, Dirty Harry, in action up against Max de Jong. Our first game of that final round of fixtures. And for Andreas, we'll be hoping to finish off what has been quite a tumultuous day on a bit of a high.
Yeah, it was a bizarre game between them yesterday. I mean, Andreas Harrysson was looking really cool, calm and collected, and the scoring power was there. against a very tentative, tense debutant from Holland. But he couldn't just buy a double, and a staggering statistic of 1 from 17 on the doubles for Andreas meant that this man, Max de Jong,
First leg against
not
Andreas
for the first time
to throw first.
in this group A
Game
campaign,
on.
picked up the scraps of the mistakes. I don't anticipate any mistakes this time from Harrysson. For the first time in a long time at the MODUS Super Series, he's hit a bit of a little wobble here, and much of a surprise in the
81.
commentary box, because he's so solid, you just don't expect his game. But 2 defeats, and to see Leonard Gates go 4 points clear, a performance is needed from Andreas.
100.
Well, if he loses this, he then is praying that Connor Scutt wins against Leonard Gates. Otherwise, Gates is 6 in front, and I can't see from there being
80.
any way back. That's obviously with a defeat here against Max de Jong.
Yes, he was just picking up his dart there. An old video come up of the Dutch Open that I played. Did you see it where I threw a dart with no stem or flight and it went in the treble 20? You should, yeah, you're down to say a joke, but if you do, you're close enough for a quick jab.
100.
End up missing that as well.
Charming. Noby. How was the chat room anyway? Come on, Patrick, where are you?
41.
This is a call out to Patrick Poppington to put a...
140.
I think Patrick's had enough fun this week, Glenn.
Excellent opener here from Andreas Harrysson. He does like 100 finish. Options here, his opponent way back, so that's the sensible strategy there.
60.
To leave himself tops after 15.
Well, I've got to say that I've had the most obvious statement ever sent into the chat room from Sharon. 10 data takes some beating, well, literally can only be beaten by 9.
Oh,
41.
Henry Deacon attacking the chat room people who just given their opinions.
Double 10. Up for 5s. Well, think about his options because de Jong's back on 217 here.
32.
But he's decided to square for double 4.
I'm just thinking, Henry, is his mind going back to this match between the pair of them yesterday when he couldn't buy a double? Keep your eye on that.
57. Andreas, you require.
Well, Harrysson was 1 from 17 on the outer ring in that particular contest.
Game
But he
on the
gets
first
the
leg.
opening leg of this
Andreas
particular
Harrysson.
encounter. 1-0 to Harrysson.
And just to say to Sharon, rather than the abusive
Now gets
response there
Max
from
to throw
Henry,
first.
a 12 darter
Game
can
on.
beat a 10 darter. Because if you've got the darts and you do it in 12, there's nothing they can do after 9. So stop being so abusive, Henry.
44.
Justice for Sharon.
Spent too much time in the company of Chris Mason, haven't I? Sorry, Sharon. So sorry.
41.
Is there any questions there for me or you?
Oh, yes, there has been one. And Andreas Harrysson is playing, so it's quite appropriate.
60.
Henry and Glenn, considering Andreas Harrysson is playing this week, what about a surströmming challenge? For those that don't know, that is a lightly salted fermented Baltic Sea herring, which is
62.
traditional to Swedish cuisine since at least the 16th century. It is distinct from fried or pickled herring.
Yeah, I've seen that on TikTok. It's apparently it's the stinkiest. When you open the tin, it's the stinkiest fish.
180.
Nothing stinky about that from Max.
$59.
Well, Max selected against the max in terms of the 180. He was looking for a max by turn of 177. Leaves himself on 78 to Square is going for one apiece. And again, quite extraordinarily, really, Andreas Harrisson's scoring powers deserted up until that particular
140.
point.
Match required 78.
So 78 for De Jong to level this game up at 1-1. It's tops,
38.
but he's got time.
Yeah, he's just so good at that type of thing, Max. I think we just expect them finishes to go, but he'll go back. It's been one of those legs from Andreas Harrysson.
97. Match required 40.
So it's tops for a level game.
Game shot on the
And that
second
double
leg.
five, that transition
Max
from
De Jong.
20s, 10s to 5s. Sometimes hitting that double five can be the nicest of them all. A little
It's
shake of the
Andreas
head
to
there
throw
from
first.
Andreas.
Game
Max won't have picked that up. He was looking the other way, but you don't often get anything from this man. What a funny old day for Andreas Henry.
Yeah, and an uncharacteristically weird day as far as he's concerned as well. He's a player that and I know we've spoken about it a lot, but he's a player that's built upon just sheer consistency. He's a bit like a German car. You just expect the reliability
85.
from him. You expect performance, you expect reliability. You kind of know what you're going to get, but he's failed to shift out of fifth gear today, it's fair to say, at
41.
times.
Vorsprung Dork technique. With Dork being here.
I've got a feeling that you're Patrick Poppington, by the way, Glenn.
140.
Who is the stinkiest, does the Swedish fish or Henry's commentary?
$96.
And like we said, Max likes these types of games. He likes to be involved in a scrappy game. You can just see Andreas there. He's not used to standing maybe 15, 20 seconds behind an opponent.
180.
A lot of the players here are super quick, but once again, a second maximum for Max De Jong in this game. He's a response.
100. Match required 96.
Well, this is a potential 11 dart leg here for De Jong if he could pin the 96 in two. Stay there to leave himself double 8.
80.
Doesn't go, and he hopes
Andreas required
that Harrysson hasn't got a
164.
164 in his locker. He's already pinned the 170 today, but he's not going to be followed by the 164, and so De Jong back for double 8 for the
60.
break.
Match required 16. Game shot on the third.
And
leg.
it goes. De Jong
Max
gets
De
the
Jong.
break. He leads 2-1.
Yeah, it seems a better than an 82 average, this, doesn't it? Like I said, I think we've
Flair
focused
gets
that much on
Max
the
to throw first.
the back end. A couple of maximums here, a 140 from Max
Game
De Jong.
on.
Solid on his checkout ratio, but still on the 82 average. I think that's the next phase from Henry. I think I want to see a big average from Max De Jong. I think if he's going to have aspirations of winning this week, we need to find that next gear.
And is this a difference in terms of the levels of the two
85.
players? And I don't mean this in a disrespectful way. For Max, an 82 would be seen as an okay average, but for Andreas Harrysson, if he was averaging those numbers, we'd see that as a bitter
26.
disappointment.
Absolutely, and that's the levels, the expectation which comes into the game after success.
$76.
England, Belgium tonight, Henry.
Indeed it is.
Who do you fancy for that? I thought we were disappointed against Brazil.
Oh, I didn't actually watch the game, so I can't. I was here. I was working,
99.
Glenn. I wasn't watching on the job.
Yeah, I watched it in Dublin.
Oh, I bet that was a quiet night at the library. Well, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Should be good fun.
For his third,
145.
I'll start there when in the 25 for De Jong. There's another 25. Would have left himself on the fish.
137.
so just to Patrick, I think the fish is the smelliest. Not Henry's commentary.
Oh, thank you, Glenn.
Now, if
so
you'd have
excellent.
said his breath, could have been interesting.
57.
De Jong leaving the Humphreys.
Yes, I have a feeling Patrick Poppington's in our production team.
43.
What do you think, Henry?
Action required 138.
Bit of detective work.
Could be anybody. This could be anything. But he's got 6 from here, De Jong, to open up a 3-1 lead. I genuinely think this is the most animated I've ever seen Andreas Harrysson here at the Super Series.
46.
Yeah, it was a chance there from Max. He's only left 92 from that set-up play. But not an awful lot coming back from Andreas.
60.
He's hit the skids.
Required 92.
92 for 3-1. Had a look at the tops option there.
56.
And he's going to leave
Andreas
himself on
required
double 18 if Harrysson
136.
cannot come up with what will be his 4th ton-topping finish of the day.
Yeah, he doesn't have an aiming dart sometimes, Max. It's as if he's just throwing it. And I've been racking my brain. It's Andy Hamilton who has the same dart. That third dart is not exactly the same as the other two.
100.
But
Action required 36.
will the trend of his finishing continue? Because it'd be a big 3-1 lead. Now it's awkward. And that's the reason why it's awkward.
32. Andreas required
Harrysson,
36.
double 18 for 2-2, and this would be for the break.
Game
Double
shot not
18 is
full.
found, and Harrysson
Andreas
squares up.
Harrysson.
It's Harrysson 2, De Jong 2 in game 13 of 15.
Fifth player gets Andreas to throw first. Game on.
So what you're up to tonight, H?
Not much.
Whoa!
Harrysson is hoping to be up to the
180.
task of a perfect leg. If he hits this, then his plans will be for
60.
a little bit of relief. But going back to your question, just going to London for something.
96.
Swap you.
Yeah, a little trip to Wembley tonight to watch England against Belgium.
60.
Yeah, no reward there. Well thrown darts from Max. And all of a sudden, just as we were doubting Andreas Harrysson, he's now got to be a big favourite for this match.
45.
It has to be the bare minimum for him because everything was going so nicely today for Andreas.
He's just clawing out, or tried to claw out a way to pick up the victory here.
60.
And has the effect of a long day just began to wear on Max de Jong a little bit? Harrysson being able to put on the afterburners.
44.
And maybe similar to me, Henry. We're talking about the afterburners there. Andreas Harrysson is averaging 81 at the moment. There's no afterburners about that, right? It looks a better performance from him.
60.
I just think we're that used to seeing him hit
Andreas required
massive averages now.
136.
Another one of them. Would have left himself a dart at double 8. Not going to go.
96.
But he is going to set himself up for tops upon his return to turn this game on its head.
I think we've had things where Taylor bites his flights. What other
100. Andreas required 40.
what other things have players have really stroking his beard in this game is Andreas.
Game shot on the
It's
fifth.
certainly working. We get
Andreas
Michael van
Harrysson.
Gerwen fasten his shoelace. And now we can add Dirty Harrysson stroking his beard
Fifth player
when
gets
things
Max
aren't
to
going
throw
his way.
first. Game on.
Hocus pocus, his beard gives him focus. Tumbleweed.
60.
If that's on social media, I will be kicking off.
41.
Well, they've broken the air of the fourth wall, haven't they, Glenn? don't want you to know what we get up to.
100.
Now we're going to go the distance here.
$100.
Yeah, once again, tidy darts from Andreas. And first 2 darts, you felt was a bit of a blocker. Very similar to that dart there. But because these players both have that flat dart, they can use it and just seem to almost lob it over the first one.
140.
Good moments here for Max de Jong.
And fair play to him, because it could have been so easy for the...
45.
So easy for Andreas to have just kind of folded in that... Sorry, Max to fold in that scenario, and he's been able to just realign his focus somewhat.
70.
Yeah, them drifting to the 5s is an issue he wants to deal with, whether he's just releasing at a different point or if he's just turning his arm, his elbow,
81.
etc. But it's something
Match
that's
record,
crept into
131.
Max's game that he'll want to eradicate. 131, he'll start treble 17.
$99.
Tell you what,
Tell
that
you
was
what,
precarious.
yeah. That's not for the first time as well, because he has this handy Hamilton dart where he just sort of flicks the dart rather than the process of that backswing that he has.
96.
He's
Match
definitely got away with
record,
one.
32.
And once again, how we go in the distance. The previous game went the full 7.
And 1 dart left in hand. We'll see
Angel
us
on the
do
6
so
there.
again. It's
Match
level at
the
3-3. That first dart was such a nice guide. You expected one of the last 2 to go in. It did with the
7
last
from
dart.
Farlag's Andreas
But it
to
is
throw
Harrysson with the
first.
darts in
Game
his
on.
biggest leg of the week so far.
Yeah, averaging 80. I thought maybe a one-off game in his defeat to Connor Scutt. A one-off game in his disappointing loss to Leonard
60.
Gates. Just not happening right now, and very reminiscent. Let me take you back to that last game of the day for Leonard Gates yesterday when he played Max de Jong. And he somehow found a way after Max had match darts. I said, how critical, how important will that
45.
win have been? Well, it's looking really good right now, because if Max de Jong can get over the line in this game, the big, big winner today is Leonard Gates.
Indeed he is. He would find himself with a
100.
real cushion at the top of the table. You'd think almost an unassailable position at the top of the table as well. 6 points overnight when you go into a day 3 seems to be just too much for someone to
60.
grasp. You need a mixture of a collapse and a mixture of an inspired performance elsewhere.
Yeah, especially with the quality of someone like him. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
46.
They're way, way away from the target. 100 behind here is Max. This is his big moment. He started this leg 45-60, which will disappoint. Needs a treble,
97.
gets a treble. Nothing at all in this game. Totally in the balance. But it's this man with the darts. Andreas Harrysson, when he needs it, he finds it.
180.
Doing the right things at the right time. A maximum to leave himself on 115. He's a man this week who has gone from a low average of 78.15 to a high average of 117. He's had a range
99.
of 40 points so
Andreas
far
require
this week.
150.
But he is hoping to find himself on 14 points at the end of today and to keep himself in with a chance. Now that's on the 15, and so he gives himself a dart at tops to win it with a ton
Game
topper.
shot on the
It's been a day of trials and
Andreas
tribulations, but Andreas Harrysson will end his day with a win. He keeps himself in the mix, just about keeps himself in the mix. Max de Jong once again worked so hard but could not get the points that his performances deserved. Harrysson, a 4-3 victor, doing so with a ton topper. That's his 4th of the day all told. He picks up a big win. Next up, Burgoine and Warburton.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and it's the penultimate game of day 2. A day that's pretty much belonged to Leonard Gates. He's in a fantastic position for qualification. He's got a big game in the final game. But for Mike Warburton, it's been a day he wants to forget. It started nicely. He had that reaction when he won the game of celebration. But the play of the day for me has been this man. He's not getting the results. He's not getting the wins, but the improvement from yesterday to today has been night and day. And he probably goes into this match thinking he's, the favourite, but typical of Warburton, he'll want to make a statement because this very much could be a Group C game on Thursday or Friday, and you just want to put pay to these matches because yesterday it was pretty straightforward for Mike Warburton. It was a 4-0 victory.
58.
Burgoine really had his troubles early doors, but it looks a different play today, Henry.
He does, and the performances probably didn't yield the results. And you think about some of the things that have gone in up against him. Harrysson posted an 89 against him. Gates with a post-90 average. Both of those players hit 2-ton plus checkouts in that game, and they were tight matches. That was kind of the key difference. Scutt, 92-46 against him, and then beat Nigel de Jong, Max de Jong by 4 legs to 2.
100.
I'm getting kicked in the chest in a minute, aren't I? Nigel de Jong, what am I on? Anyway, game 14, Burgoine against Warburton.
140.
Now put your football notes away and concentrate on the darts. Come on. And concentrating on Michael Burgoine, who's been very impressive today.
180.
But it's Warburton with the first maximum of this game. Tidy start from both. Should be treble 17, but again, if I'm being hypercritical, you should know that mid throw because you don't want to have that stop-start throw. It just looks a different play today, Henry.
The bullseye. Pinned on the button for a 12-dart leg. Warburton breaks and leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
No celebration this time. Yeah, I was saying to Henry sort of before play started, I was surprised how disappointed Mike gets. I thought he had that type of personality where he'll just brush aside a day at the MODUS Super Series, but he was really frustrated with how things went yesterday. And even if he wins this game here, I still think he'll be really angry the way this Group A campaign's gone. He's going to be probably in second bottom place, and I could be looking at a Group C campaign.
And that's going to be a hard Group C. Some good players in there. Ashley Coleman making his long-awaited debut. Greg Ritchie, who's had a lot of promise. Jared Cole's also going to be in Group C as well on Thursday and Friday. Group B as well. David Davis, Hugh Bevan, David Evans in action.
59.
That Group B. Good luck. Good luck finding three.
I don't think I've ever been involved with a really poor Group B. It's always a privilege to commentate on them games. You know, you're getting players who finish second and third in a Group A campaign, and 3 players, usually a couple of headliners in there. So yeah, always enjoy a Group B campaign.
That'll be Thursday, Friday night, 10 o'clock. Group C, Thursday, Friday afternoon at 1 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel, which if you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to, because on top of the live action we have 6 days a week, got plenty of
26
bonus content tailor-made to your heart's content on the Super Series YouTube channel. So do drop us a subscribe, and if you do subscribe, you can join the Super Series chat room.
100.
Fam.
Yes, Patrick for Prime Minister is what I say.
45. Mike Burgoine, 116.
Warburton, 116. He's already taken out the 1-2-1 in this match. But the 116 isn't going to follow suit.
Yeah, look at the little snarl as well just before that last dart, and then plumb treble 20. I'm a big fan of players who have that controlled aggression while they're throwing a dart. Not going to plan here for Burgoine.
43. Mike, it requires 16.
Double eights for 2-0 lead. Oh
No
my, he's
score.
gone the other side. But the only relief is he has got the luxury of time.
$96.
Surprised at the
Mike, it
Burgoine
requires
performance
16.
here, Henry.
It's been a dovetail, but you can understand the fact that he's been hit by haymakers, and there's only so much you can have until you
Game's on
move
the
into
second
submission.
leg.
But Warburton
Mike
moves into a 2-0 lead. He's halfway towards the victory post. When he took out the 1-2-1 in the first leg, it took him
Game on.
5 opportunities to finish off the second leg, but Warburton halfway potentially now towards the victory post.
Yeah, people often ask me what's the
83.
toughest open tournament you ever played in. Well, it's a tournament both myself and this man in your pictures won the Welsh Open. You start that game at your first game at 9 a.m. in the morning. You get to the semi-final
100.
stages round about 2 o'clock, and then you've got to come back on the night at 7. So it's a 11, 12-hour day to win the Welsh Open, and I know how proud he was to win that.
Dutch Open must be another
125.
very
I
difficult one.
found the Dutch Open just the most incredibly professional open tournament I've ever been to. So it didn't feel like... look, I was spoilt a little bit as a seed. I was
60.
on the TV lanes. But for me, the Welsh was tougher.
Isle of Man is seemingly a very popular
78.
one with the players.
Just because of the names on the trophy, I think, when you see Phil Taylor's name and, all the greats, who've won Isle of Man. And it used to be a case it was $5,000 to the winner and $1,000 to second. It was
96.
big disparity in the prize fund there, and yeah, that's the one where a lot of the WDF ranked players, if they could pick one, the Isle of Man would be up there. Great to see darts going back to Chelsea as well. It's a fabulous place to play darts. Well, we said it's been a surprising performance here from Burgoine, but in this leg after 12 darts, he's left to finish.
95.
We're looking at the
Michael, it
18's bed with
requires
his first
78.
dart. Steady 20. He's done that before. He has done that. I was about to say previously. Because part of your brain, Henry,
38.
saying to yourself, not only do I want to hit the 20, but I don't want to block the double.
150.
I don't want to block the tops.
Well, this would be mesmeric. This would be a game changer. And it would have been a heartbreaker for
132.
Burgoine.
Michael, you require
But now
40.
the tops has to go. There cannot be any more messing about.
Game's on the third
No
leg.
faff. Back to 2-1.
Michael Burgoine.
Warburton with the darts in the fourth.
Fourth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, you get the sense there's not an awful lot to play for in this match. It just... the top half is really separating now. Gates and Harryson's going to be an incredible fight tomorrow.
60.
And a lot of that could be dependent on the next game. Stay with us for that final game. Connor Scutt looked revitalised in his previous game and has brought himself back into the competition. But Leonard Gates will know
58.
that a big win over Connor in that game, and he'll be a heavy favourite to top the group by the end of play tomorrow.
And don't forget, if you do miss any of this session, highlights are available via the
99.
Super Series YouTube channel. And whilst you are scrolling around, well, we've got other content for you. And actually, if you want to watch that big game
81.
between Harrysson and Burgoine yesterday, the one where Andreas went a little bit crazy, well, you can watch that in its entirety now on the Super Series YouTube channel. And
61.
we're going to play golf on there too. You can view that elsewhere on our Super Series YouTube channel. What's your handicap, Glenn?
You. Conan Whitehead,
28.
Henry, stop. So please listen to Conan Whitehead.
Shall I go? Shall I leave?
Take a breath, he's saying.
$140.
$141 for Warburton for 3-1. Burgoine He's hit a max to leave himself on a finish.
141.
Yeah, I just sense, looking at that chat room, that the most support is for Michael Burgoine. The Burger Army are all watching. They know what he can do. He's demonstrated some incredible qualities today. I think he's flattered to deceive so far in this match, but that last leg win, that 180 there, and that 154 would have been really special. Something just seems to be irritating Mike behind there around the water table.
41.
Well, he won't be irritated if he moves into a 3-1 lead.
$25.
Yeah, 2 from 10 on the outer ring for Warburton.
$56. Mikey requires.
So
60.
to extend his lead, to move 3-1 in front and put himself a leg away from the finishing post. Double 4 now for Warburton. Down for 2 is Burgoine hot on his heels. Big dart, big miss, and Burgoine is back to extend this game.
40.
Are we going to have a sea of 4 threes to finish off the afternoon's proceedings? Double 5. Doesn't go.
No score.
It busts and goes the other side. It could be a happy miss if Warburton bursts a double 1, though.
Yeah, good shout, but just
No
the wrong
score.
side. And lazy dart there. We're talking an awful lot of Warburton likes to set up that first dart. And let me just put devil's advocate here. Michael Burgoine had 0 luck for a day and 3/4 here at the MODUS Super Series. He wasn't getting these opportunities. People were playing remarkably well against him. But he has to take them. And does. We have a level game once again after 4 legs. Something that we weren't saying yesterday, Henry. It's been such a tight affair today.
It really has. It's been a compare and contrast, hasn't it? This Group A from day 1 to day 2. And Burgoine dig in and pick up a big 2 points. Where he's firing in the maxis. There's perhaps an irony that one of Burgoine's poorest performances of the day could yield a rare victory for him.
Yeah, he just seems to be getting the break.
Dem the breaks does her.
40.
What is your favourite burger, Glenn?
I'm not the biggest burger fan.
66.
Tell you what, fast food burger wise, we have a Wendy's in
100.
Portsmouth, and that does an incredible burger.
Edgar, I like that.
No, it costs too much for Edgar. He has his 99p saver menu,
99.
doesn't he?
$137.
Well, Burgoine, with that 137, has left himself on 44 to twist this game around. How many twists and turns have we had today?
41.
I'm just a bit nervous. I'm sharing a house with Mike Warburton because I think he's going to be steaming angry.
Game shot on the
Burgoine
5th leg.
just looks
Michael
a totally
Burgoine.
different player today. And just let me take you back to begin this game. He looked second best.
Sick leg, it's Mike to throw first.
And then a couple of
Game
mistakes.
on.
Mike Warburton was 2 from 16 in this match on the outer ring. And Michael Burgoine, maybe all that luck that deserted him so far, he's getting it all in one game here. He leads 3-2.
And a bit like Chubby Checker, let's twist again in this match.
100.
And it's twisting time here again. Warburton looking to square up and make it 3-3.
$121.
Yeah, I think we all thought that was a 180 there. The first 2 darts absolutely perfect. And it looks like that was a nervy dart.
96.
And you get to a stage that Burger Boy will be thinking, well, Warburton just can't seem to buy a double for, so if I just hang in there, I'll get another chance.
60.
If he does get a chance, it'll be for the match. A couple of trebles here would be nice.
Well, I suppose we're approaching Easter time, and there's perhaps an irony that we've got Burgoine and Warburton playing, because it will be a case of whoever loses, it'll be a hot cross 1.
$60.
That was the worst one yet, wasn't it?
May see the bullseye with the last dart.
99.
Yeah, I thought it was a good
Mike
decision
Burgoine,
at transition.
160.
But again, the reason being, we'd left the 2-darter there. But good moments here for Burgoine. And not
44.
for Mike Warburton. It is at the beginning of the end. I've had his final 3 darts on a day he'll want to forget. He will be back.
Warburton had a poke at the 116. He's had 122, 121 checkouts. Today, is he going to send us all the way with a ton topper? Tops.
76.
Grazes the wire.
Michael, you require 38.
And what a decision to make here with Burgoine. If he's feeling confident, he's going straight for it. And he gets there in the end. Michael Burgoine couldn't buy a win after 8 games. And all of a sudden he wins his last 2 games there against a pretty devastated Mike Warburton. But fair play to that man in your picture, Burgoine. Not once did he let his head go down, and that has to be really credited to him. And he goes into tomorrow on a real high. For Mike Warburton, a really disappointing defeat there. We move to the final game of the day, a really important game for Leonard Gates, and he's up against Connor Scutt.
And so to our final game of the afternoon session. Connor Scutt and Leonard Gates going toe-to-toe. Gates can move himself into a position where he'd be 4 points clear at the top of the table. A victory would also mean that he would have completed the card on day 2 as well. Up against Connor Scutt, who, interesting, just looking at that camera angle there, spent all of those practice throws there at tops. It hasn't been fun for him today. It hasn't been a fun day altogether for the sniper, who would have expected much more from day 2.
Which probably tells me he's hitting it in practice and he's thinking, how come I can hit it in practice and I'm not hitting it on there?
First leg, it's Leonard to throw first.
The only problem with
Game
doing
on.
something like that, Henry, if during them practice starts, he's not hitting it again, because that'll be on his mind there. So I was more of the, let's see what happens, it'll be all right in the night type thing.
140.
It was pretty routine yesterday in this match for Leonard Gates. 98.56 4-0 victory. It seems a long time
57.
ago, those 4-0 victories, Henry. It's been a bit of a slog today, and I didn't expect to say that.
Well, Connor saved his best till last yesterday, or some of his best till last.
121.
93.77 in a 4-2 win against Mike Warburton. Missed a few darts at double in the process, but his scoring power was
95.
enigmatic at times. And he's going to have to draw upon all of those pieces of the jigsaw, put them together, if he's going to pick a result up against the man who is seemingly
83.
beginning to get a real grasp of this Group A table.
Yeah, we'll try and bring the in-play table in after this leg as well, just to sort of let you know
84.
exactly what the
Leonard
situation in the group is,
157.
because Connor Scutt probably thought his chances had gone. But it's actually Gates that's come out the traps very, very nicely here.
97.
He's left himself a 2-darter after 12.
Give himself a couple of darts at tops, but Scutt is hot on his heels. Tops. Don't go.
20.
The crier, come on.
94.
Scutt comes back.
And I'm just wondering if the dulcet tones of Owen Binks there, that 171 scream, did it make
84.
Leonard Gates think even more? Well,
Leonard
he
you
missed.
require 40.
Opportunity for Scutt. He misses. Incredible. Didn't think Gates would be back here yet. He is. He leads 1-0.
Leonard Gates.
16 darter for Leonard Gates to get the game started. Connor Scutt
Second leg, it's Connor to throw
has a look
first.
around, probably bemused as to what's been happening in the last couple of days or so.
54.
Is there a tag on his shoulders because of what he did in the past here?
Yeah, but that's what happens. You know, that's all part of the
100.
expectation. You know, you've got someone like Max de Jong with no expectations whatsoever. He's on debut. These players now are winning things. They've been professional players and producing darts like that.
140.
Deal with it.
When you began to have that weight of expectation shift around about 2014, 2015 time, what is that
83.
like psychologically to deal with? Because the parameters do change.
At the time, I found it quite difficult. I remember someone looking at me going, oh, never mind. Another
180.
fantastic response there from Connor Scutt. People, when I would get beat in a final. But I tell you what, when I look back now,
140.
deal with the expectations, because it's great
147.
to be a favourite because you're in the mix. Treble 19, he doesn't need to. Excellent set of play, wonderful board management.
95.
Scott looking good for 1-1. Yeah, I got beat in the final of the Dutch Open, 5,000 entries, and people were commiserating me.
100. Connie required 32.
Maybe congratulating Connor on picking up the leg here. But Gates has kept close order. And a change in the
score.
part of the board
Energy
doesn't change the
required,
fortune. And so
78.
Gates comes back for 78 for the break of throw and for a 2-0 lead. He's going to have 2 in hand at double 12 and now double 6.
66.
But it doesn't go, and
Connie
Scutt will
required
come back.
32.
Even with a stride to go, I think he thought that was it. It's like an optical illusion with these darts, and Connor Scutt. Every single
score.
one over the camera looked in. He's thinking,
Leonard, you require 12.
when I'm letting go, they look in. Leonard Gates is living a charmed life right now and leads
Ladies on the
2-0.
second
Great
leg.
times, great moments.
Leonard Gates.
0 from 8 for Connor Scutt. Both of Leonard's
Third leg,
legs
it's
have been 1 in
Leonard to throw
16.
first. Game on.
And Connor was just trying a bit of theatrics there, trying to catch his dart from one hand to the other. The only break he has caught so far.
140. 120.
Perfect first dart, and lucky with the bounce out there, but it's all about this man at the moment. He's more rocking and rolling again on the rocket, which is a good sign that he's feeling good.
100.
I always feel that stop-start motion of Leonard Gates is when he's overthinking the situation, his finishes.
85.
There's no better man to watch when he's in full flow.
123.
Well, we've had a couple of games where it's been quite slow, and I look at certain things, and one thing that's fascinating, we said he's deceptively
60.
quick, Connor Scutt, but look how quick he's getting to the hockey. When Leonard Gates has thrown that final dart, he's trying to dictate the pace. Watch how quick he is
58.
before he's taking the dart. There he is in position already.
But Gates is in position to open up a 3-0 lead. We haven't had a 4-0 scoreline all day.
You require 80.
Could it happen in the final game of the session? Double 10.
Game
3-0,
shot
14
the
dart.
third
This is a
leg.
real good performance here from
Leonard Gates.
Leonard Gates, averaging 98.02. We've been threatening a performance like this since Andreas
there gets Connor to throw
Harrysson
first.
hit something like this against Mike Warburton earlier on.
Well, we've had lots of roles reversals of yesterday.
91.
And this game was a pretty straightforward win and a 98 average for Leonard Gates. But that's exactly the situation in this match. And
57.
Leonard Gates with the bookies tomorrow will be a heavy, heavy favourite.
Groundhog result for the Groundhog Open winner.
140.
Choo-choo. Let's have a little look at the in-play table and just have a little chat about... So just have a look at that 4 points. And that
121.
straight away, the first thing that tells me that Connor Scutt is pretty much out, because not only is he relying on going 5 out of 5, but other players in the realms of Gates and Harrysson losing,
40.
it just becomes a 2-horse race. But if Scutt could win this game, he gets to 12 points. Leonard Gates down to 16. Arguably, he's got an outside
43.
chance. But it's all in the hands of the big Houston man.
Well, Scutt's kind of more looking down than he is up. And he'll be heading down to retrieve
40.
another bounced out dart. He's had a couple of them in this game.
Yeah, it looks a very light dart that he's thrown. Like I said, it's not the first time I've said that today or even last week.
190.
Just when he thought he had a bit of breathing space, Connor Scutt, Gates comes in with a max. A max which looks like has really piled the pressure upon him.
78.
This
Leonard
for
require
comprehensive 4-0 victory to put him 4 points in front at the top of the table going into tomorrow's action. Tops.
I'm not so sure that was tops. That was a very conservative dart. Ooh,
55.
he nearly bust yesterday, and that stop start of him, he's got a way with one there, and that's awkward. Treble 18, I think, will be the route. Nothing the frustrated Connor Scutt can do.
52.
Over to Leonard Gates for a big
45.
win.
It would put him in pole position going into tomorrow. Double 16. Doesn't go.
29.
Scutt comes
requires
back
60.
for 3-1, and any comeback of epic proportions has to start somewhere.
Well, we'll start with a big 20. I see he looks so frustrated. The bounce out and everything sort of gone
Game
wrong.
shot on the fourth leg. Connor Scutt.
And it was also a bit of an apology, but did you notice how he took his time to get to the hockey this time? They're the kind of
Game
things
on.
that this gantry that we're in now, just looking over and just sort of watching what he's doing. He's doing nothing wrong. He's not in the area.
100.
But I think he's worked out himself that he's just basically approaching the hockey too quick. What I call the pre-throw routine.
140.
It was all in fast forward.
Oh no, this is way too warm for a gantry. Trust me, I know.
140.
Yes, it is actually. What's the coldest gantry? Huddersfield was mine.
Grimsby. Very, very cold.
93.
I'll tell you what the coldest actually was. Gillingham was quite cold. I think the coldest probably was probably Hemel Hempstead, -8 degrees
95.
Celsius on a Tuesday night. Well, Leonard Gates has left himself on a bogey.
You sound surprised. Treble 20 needed for Connor.
58.
Doesn't get it. 6 darts for Leonard Gates at 166.
He had the chance to win it for zip. And it looks like now he's going to route his way.
No
Oh,
score.
my goodness, he's bust it. He's bust 166. Beyond all powers of belief, beyond Leonard's belief.
I just assumed the treble 18 wasn't in then when he went for the 2 trebles there. I was trying to do my own maths of what he needed. Well, if he loses this game now, wowzers.
93.
A game he thought was won could well be a game that could be close to being one lost. Now, careful, Leonard. Careful. Well done. Good job. Make sure you can't bust.
He's happy he didn't hit the
94.
treble there.
Only require 117.
Yes, his box office is old Leonard Gates, isn't he? And Connor. I don't think I'm going to approach Connor Scutt or Mike Warburton today. I think I'll leave them
39.
two alone.
Leonard, you require 72.
And I'm very confident that Gates is going to see this out.
Tops to be on top.
52.
But that is another match-winning
Only requires
opportunity, and it's been
78.
spurned.
And the fact he's taking his time to the hockey, does that mean this goes? Wow, it's just the big number as well. I've never seen a performance like this from Connor for a long, long time.
56.
Gates deserves to win. He gets his
Leonard, you require
chance.
20.
To put himself into pole position going into tomorrow. Leonard Gates beats Connor Scutt by 4-1 to open up a 4-point lead at the top of the table going into tomorrow's action. It was a perfect day for the American Leonard Gates, who beats Connor Scutt, who will feel like today just did not get going from his perspective. It's a 4-1 win for Leonard Gates to round off his day. We're going to round off our day in a few moments' time by speaking to the American in the studio after this. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where day 2 has been completed, and it's been a perfect day for Leonard Gates, and I'm happy to say that he joins us up here in the studio. It's been a case of so far so good for yourself here this week, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely so far so good. Great players, great environment, great week to start off, and it's so far so great.
In terms of the performances and the way you've got results, it's felt like you've drawn on different types of ways of getting wins. We saw obviously at the start of yesterday some really good performance, but today sometimes you had to ground that victory out at times.
Yeah, each day is a different day when you play in this game. the feeling when you wake up in the morning and come to prepare for the game. Also, a lot of players won't tell you, but you got to think about what your opponent mindset is and how it goes. And once you get into the game, and you start to go, and then you work from there.
It's interesting you said that. You said great players this week. Now,
Yeah.
this group this week is
Yes.
fantastically well. I've followed your career for a few years now, and you've always said you're not one for reputations. That group, that when I looked at it, I said that's the toughest. Did you realise how tough of a task this week was about?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think 1 week I was here. I played against Scutt. I've also watched Andreas through the week, and I'm just like, oh man, this guy is solid. You know, the other guys, it's like you never know, but any day, anytime, anybody can be beat. So it's just, you got to prepare yourself to say, I'm going to play my best darts and go and compete.
And you put yourself in a fantastic position now,
Yeah.
4 points clear. Just tell, us and the people watching, so what's the preparation for tomorrow now? Is it a lot of relaxation? How do you treat the next sort of 12 hours?
Oh no, tomorrow is going to be pretty much the same. Go at it hard with all your strength, your essence about the game, because these guys, they're battling back to try to get to that position to I guess win the bracket, you know what I'm saying? So you got to stay on that level to where it's like, hey, I got to stay on my game. Don't relax. That's my thing.
It's been a real joy commentating, and I think when you're really fluent, you look as good as anybody.
Yeah, definitely.
Certainly the
definitely.
best of luck from me.
Thank
anyway.
you.
Well, going back to today, Leonard, those ton plus finishes,
Yeah.
they were game changers in a lot of matches, weren't they?
Yes, definitely. So it's one of those things where it's like my opponent's sitting on an out, and I got a ton plus. I said I have to hit this. It's a give and take. If you don't hit it, you have to go for it. But when you go for it and the feeling is there and you hit it, it's like, okay, that's almost so much better.
Does it almost feel like survival in that moment?
Yeah, definitely survival mode. And when you hit it, it puts you in a better position, because now your opponent's thinking it's like, well, he hit that, so I got to put more pressure on him. So when you know they got to put that pressure on you, and now it's like, okay, they put that pressure on me. I know they're thinking the same thing I'm thinking, so we got to go forward with that.
Have to ask about that last game, the 1-6-6. Now the 18, the first treble 18 was quite close to the wire. Was it? Can I ask what happened there?
And I tell myself, I'm like, okay, don't hit a triple.
Yeah.
And I'm looking and thinking to hit the fat, and it goes right in the triple. I said, oh my God, you can't. This happened again, two days in a row. And it's like, I got to stop doing that. It's like, I got to think higher, to throw the dart higher and get away from the triple. So
Problem is, you're too good.
I think we said in commentary, he's glad that he didn't hit the triple there.
yeah, exactly. So.
Well, been a great day for yourself. We can confirm that good day for yourself by having a look at the results, because, well, Leonard Gates' name is lit up in gold on 5 occasions, and he's a very happy man for that. Andreas Harrysson, well, compare and contrast day as far as he's concerned, and those results mean that as far as the table is concerned, Leonard Gates has a 4-point lead at the top of it. Now, you've been here many times, Leonard. You've been involved in Group A battles and Group B battles before, so you know what it's like going in overnight when there's a group up in the offing. So in terms of preparations, it trying not to dissimilarize it from day 1, day 2, going into day 3, knowing what's on the line.
Yeah, with that, just knowing where I'm going into the last day, and I'm sitting at the top of the table right now, my basic mindset is just like, stay steady. Keep your game at a consistent basis. Do not underestimate these guys. Andreas, Warby, all those guys, they can come back at any time and do some damage. So my mindset right now is like, don't let up. Don't let up on these guys.
And it's a great mindset to have, Henry. you know, with them doubles in his hand, he's as good as anybody I've seen at the MODUS Super Series. And when he gets his power scoring going, I'll always fancy his chances against the two debutants and some of them head-to-heads tomorrow. They're opening a game with Scutt, who we have not seen the best of so far. Could be really crucial for Leonard. For me, it's a two-horse race now. Andreas Harrysson surprisingly capitulated during the day, and we couldn't work it out. And Leonard Gates just does what he does, and he's a rightful leader, 4 points clear. I expect him to win it from here tomorrow.
I think that's a good place to finish, Glenn. Thank you for your company as ever. Leonard,
Yes.
thank you so much for coming up.
so
We shall
much,
see
man.
you
Appreciate
tomorrow
it.
morning,
Yes.
and we'll see you tomorrow morning as well, 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group A culminates, where it's Gates who's golden. He won 5 from 5 on Tuesday.